Hey friends, welcome to the channel. So here's another interesting story of Deku. What if Deku was born with an overpowered cursed quirk? I give full credits to authors in the starting of the video. If you want to see more stuff like this, then please subscribe to the channel and also do check the talented author of this captivating story. Deku. Overpowered. By Yoshikin. Please search it on Google.so. Let's begin. It all began when a newborn baby in Qingqing City, China, developed the ability to emit light from their body. Following that occurrence, a large number of people worldwide started to exhibit various superpowers. Although the exact cause of the quirk phenomenon is unknown, it has been hypothesized that the transmission of a virus carried by mice was the catalyst for the formation of quirks. Before they were dubbed quirks, these superpowers were previously known as meta-abilities. This is the tale of how Izuku Midoriya, came to be known as Japan's most powerful hero. One day, I hope to fulfill my ambition of being a hero. I want to be the greatest hero of all time, the almighty symbol of peace. Even when there is hardship ahead, he never stops smiling. Like him, I want to be a hero. I have never seen anything so wonderful as his debut. Although I was present to see it firsthand, it was widely reported online. I have been saying that since I was a young child. I call this boy I met, Katsuki Bakugo, because he has really spiky hair. When his peculiarity first began to show, he was in preschool. He was the first student in my class to notice it, and everyone was in awe of him. Slowly, everyone in my class, aside from me, started to exhibit these peculiarities. I was always getting teased by everyone about whether I would get a quirk or if I would always be this way. I would still, however, accompany Kachan wherever he and his pals go. One day, Kachan, his friend, and I were strolling through the forest. We discovered a little log that is used to cross over to the opposite side. Beneath that log was a small brook or creek. Kachan went down the river after slipping off the log when we were attempting to cross. I hurried to see if he was okay. I extended my hand and said, "Are you okay, Kachan?" But all he did was glance at me and give me a kind of angry expression. I first realized that I might not be born with a peculiarity when I was 4 years old. My mother and I had been informed by the doctor of that. I would try to stop Kachan and his friends from bullying other kids, but I can't stop them without a quirk. I can only act as a human shield of some kind. For me, it hurts. I feel like I can't stand up to cruel individuals and protect myself because I'm quirky. Many people undervalue and always take advantage of folks like myself who are quirky cripples. After a decade, in the third year of middle school, third-person point of view at least for Izuku, his second year of middle school was extremely unpleasant. Bakugo, his childhood friend, continues to harass him as he lacks a quirk and is therefore unable to defend himself. Asterisk in the classroom. You are as of now third years, you have to choose your future. This implies you'll need to pick where you are going to study for high school. Their homeroom advisor yelled. Bakugo mocked Midoriya, saying, "Let me guess, oi, Deku, you are going to apply to UA, are you?" Everyone chuckled. Midoriya was beaming at his peers to hide his obvious embarrassment. "Enough of that," yelled their instructor. "We will distribute the paperwork for you to complete, and you will select your high school." Asterisk a bell sounds. "Hey, Bakugo. Let's go," mumbled Bakugo's friend. Bakugo persisted, "Go ahead first. I'ma deal with this fucking nerd first." The friend of Bakugo sighed, "Whatever you say, bro." The friends of Bakugo began to disperse. Midoriya was holding his notebook, which he used to analyze the peculiarities of different heroes and study them for future use. The notebook was called Hero Analysis for the Future. Bakugo walked over to him and greeted him, "Hey, Deku." "Yes, Kachan?" was Midoriya's response. "Let me tell you this, you damn fucking nerd. Don't you dare fucking apply for UA High School. You know why? Because you're a shitty quirkless nerd and I will be the only one in this class to enter UA and be the #1 hero," Bakugo said to him. Midoriya interrupted, saying, "But Kachan, it's my choice to make, not your." Taking Midoriya's notebook, Bakugo used his explosive quirk to burn it and flung it out the window. Bakugo turned to leave, furious. Running downstairs, Midoriya made sure his notebook was still there. It burnt, but did not turn to ashes. Happily, it landed in their school's fountain. Pav of Izuku Midoriya, why did Kachan did that? He's so mean. I spotted something while strolling home. Is it someone's aura? It's ebony. I have really a bad feeling about this, maybe I should take another route. However, before I could leave, I heard something liquid-like. Turning around, I saw a green sludge person. Was it a villain? Ooh, that will be a great body for me to inhabit. Don't worry, I will make sure it will not hurt badly, the villain of sludge exclaimed. He began to take over my body. My breathing stopped. As I was about to drop out, I sensed someone and noticed a yellow aura surrounding its body. It wasn't dark like this villain's. It might be a hero. It was a familiar voice. Fear not, dear citizen, for I am here. I opened my eyes slightly and saw what was there. Everyone might. Then all of a sudden it was dark. Abruptly fading in is a voice. Hey, kid, are you all right? And that's when I became conscious. I yelled, All Might. All Might. As I hurried back from my encounter with the greatest hero. I must have his autograph. What location is it? My notepad. Upon seeing my notepad, I was startled to discover a blank page. However, he has already signed it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, All Might, I said. All Might screamed, No worries, I am going to ahead of you. Are you already leaving? Okay. Thank you very much, All Might. Work hard and stay safe, I gasped. He began to leap in the direction of the police station, turning into the sludge villain. I set out to walk home. However, I continued to perceive a person's aura and could tell if someone was getting close to me. I informed my mum about it when I got home, and she suggested that we may visit the doctor. When we visited the doctor, I was told I was developing a aura manipulation quirk, which allowed me to see and sense people's auras as well as kind of copy and enhance their peculiarities. The only drawback was that I could only copy and enhance our emitter and transformation quirks. The news was really thrilling for both my mother and me. She was so delighted for me that she was crying tears of pleasure. We returned home filled with joy after hearing the news. I made the decision to keep my quirk a secret from my classmates, even if it meant that they would still be able to bully me. Now is the moment to train my oddity and research its capabilities and limitations. I discovered that every color has a distinct meaning and that auras come in a variety of colors. Yellow. Joy and positivity. Orange. Creative and adventuresome. Red. Fury, strength, and passion. Purple. Spiritual and visionary. Blue. Peaceful and perceptive. Green. Full of energy and optimism. White. Freshness and purity. Brown, gray, and black. Weakness, fear, and distrust. I also discovered that my oddity only detects people within a 50-meter radius, so I could see people's auras from a distance and tell whether they were close. I could also see my own aura when I was training. It fluctuates occasionally but is typically green in color. In school, before the day ends, you should pass the paper that we had given you for your high school choices, our instructor stated. Okay, now that's out of the way, let us continue our lesson from tomorrow, he yelled. Kachan's aura is red, yet the majority of people in our classroom have blue auras. Some people, however, have other colors. I should complete the forms that the school has provided. This is what the document stated. First choice, UA High School. Second choice, Dan. Third choice, K-Dan Dan. After seeing my document, Kachan yelled, Oi, Deku, what's that? Why does it says, UA High School, and grabbed it. Everyone chuckled. Are you fucking kidding me? You nerd, you can't go into UA, he exclaimed. Oh yeah? What are you going to do, Kachan? I responded. He began to hit me with explosions, saying, You nerd, but I stopped him. My hands started to pop. Is this a peculiarity of Kachan's? I was using my quirk for the first time ever, this time. I yelled at him, Stop, Kachan, as tiny black explosions emerged from my palms. Everyone was taken aback. I grinned. Like the doctor indicated, I could mimic and amplify other people's peculiarities. I insisted, "Give me back my papers, Kachan." When he returned my documents, he appeared really irate. Additionally, his aura turned dark instead of red. Is he afraid? Of me? A bell sounds. I handed him the documents and left the staff room right away, saying, "Sir, here are the papers." I noticed heroes there as well as a mass of people swarming something as I was making my way home. I jumped when I saw the previous sludge villain kidnapping someone else. But why are the heroes not assisting? Who was it that he caught? Is Kachan there? My feet began to move by themselves. My bag flew towards it, striking his eye. I began by using the previous explosions, but I increased their power and size. It caused some damage, but not enough to render it immobile, so I began to search for the hero, Death Arms. I concentrated so I could mimic his oddity. My arms began to feel heavy. Perhaps this is Death Arms' peculiarity. I'm not sure what it is called, but I began to become overly strong. My left arm kept blasting the sludge villain with explosions, and I readied my right arm to punch the villain. I spit it out in excruciating pain. However, the villain was rendered very immobile, so I used my right arm to seize Kachan while my left arm was shattered and in excruciating pain. As the heroes began to subdue the adversary, Death Arms and Kamui Woods, who was also present, led the way. The Death Arms chastised me for my foolish choice, but they applauded Kachan for his bravery and fortitude in withstanding the suffering caused by the sludge villain. As I was making my way home with a cast on my left arm, Kachan appeared and walked up to me. Although he appeared irate, I could tell by the vibe he was sending out that he was trying to express gratitude and possibly even thankfulness. My mum was crying uncontrollably and appeared to be in a very bad mood when I finally got home. The sludge villain's attack was widely reported in the news, and my face was featured prominently as well. My mother had a white aura around her, but I'm not sure if it means she was proud, angry, or scared. The day following the sludge villain episode, everyone at school at the time was talking about me and how my peculiarities showed up. Then they began cramming me in. My classmate said, "Yo, Midoriya, what was that yesterday? Were you just acting quirkless?" "No, it's not like that at all, it just manifested 2 days ago," I replied. Although Kachan yelled, "So, Deku, what's your quirk's name?" I could see he was being earnest. Aura manipulation. It could let me see the auras and sense people within a 50 meters distance. It could also let me copy and enhance emitter and transformation quirks. That explains why I was able to use Kachan's ability and made it stronger during the fight and made Death Arm's quirk more stronger. I went on to explain. My other classmate said, "Wow, Midoriya, that really sounds like a very strong quirk." "You guess so? But aura manipulation has some disadvantages too," I continued. My teacher said, "Okay, class. Let's start our lesson for today." I was able to finally apply to my dream school, UA. To strengthen my quirk, though, I still had to practice it. But I'm really sorry for copying your quirk, Kachan," I said to him. He just stared at me without saying anything, and I could tell he was afraid as well as quite angry at me. I made a self-promise today to refrain from copying the peculiarities of others without their consent. Kabuko and Midoriya were summoned to the main office. The principal asked, clearly worried, "You two are the only ones who applied to UA High School. Are you sure about this?" Smirking, Bakugo patted Midoriya's head and remarked, "Of course, I'm sure about this. But I'm not sure about this damn nerd." After giving Bakugo and the principal a quick look, Midoriya yelled, "Yes, sir, I'm sure about this." Bakugo gave Midoriya a stern look. Next week was the UA entrance exam week. Midoriya was always training his body to fit the peculiarities he had imitated. He exercised frequently and followed a strict diet to train his body. Over the course of 10 months, Midoriya gained strength and gradually gained control over the traits he had copied. Day of the UA entrance exam, 1 week ago. The UA entrance exam was held today. Midoriya was strolling along the route leading to the UA High School entrance. He had a frightened look on his face. Today is finally the day. I didn't expect lots of people were applying for UA. It sure is prestigious. This is my first step of becoming a hero. Midoriya began to distort. Or I'll just die. Midoriya felt as though someone had caught him, but he didn't fall. A kind voice comforted him, saying, "Are you okay? I'm sorry I stopped you with my quirk without asking." "Ah!" exclaimed Midoriya. "I should copy this girl's quirk just in case." "Are you ready for the exams? I'm really nervous." "Wait, aren't you the guy from the sludge villain incident? You were really cool," she yelled. Everyone looked at Midoriya and saw that it was, in fact, him. They got to discussing him. Was all Midoriya could say in response. The girl exclaimed, "Anyway, good luck." The girl made her way inside. "Oh my gosh. I talked to a girl." He never really spoke to her. A written exam and a practical exam made up the UA entrance exam. Midoriya commenced with the written examination. Following the exam, they were instructed to go inside the theater. Everyone sat down. An instructor said, "I see you finished your written exams," but Midoriya thought he recognized the voice from somewhere. "Is that present Mike?" shouted Midoriya. "Today, we are going to explain the practical exam. During the practical exam, candidates conduct mock battles in replica urban settings. Examinees are given 10 minutes to use their quirks to immobilize robotic villains in order to score points. Each robot has a corresponding point value. The first robot is worth 1 point, the second, 2 points, and the third, 3 points, Present Mike clarified. "So we're going to defeat robots?" Midoriya continued to talk non-stop. Someone put their hand up and was asked, "I am Tenya Iida and I have a question to ask, but before that, you with the green curly hair. You keep on muttering, it's distracting people. If you want to continue, go out of the auditorium." Bakugo slapped him on the head and said, "I told you to shut up, damn nerd." Midoriya retorted, "But you haven't told me anything. Allow me to continue. According to this handout, there are 4 robots. Could you kindly explain?" Iida continued. "The fourth and last robot is an arena trap. It is worth 0 points. It will cause chaos in small areas. If you would come in contact with it, run away because it could just waste your time," Present Mike clarified. "Everyone will have different battle areas. After this you will be escorted to your battle areas," Present Mike continued. "Kachan and I have different battle areas. Buses carried them all to their combat zones." Midoriya changed into these jogging trousers and this blue-greenish jacket. Present Mike screamed, gesturing to everyone, "What are you waiting for? 10 minutes is running. There are no-go signals in real fights." Although Midoriya felt a little nervous, she was still able to score points. Midoriya kept running into Iida and the girl who had helped him earlier, who were scoring more points than him, as he continued to search for additional robots to increase his score. However, Midoriya was able to catch up by employing Bakugo's quirk, which is the most dependable for him. As of right now, Midoriya has 50 points and is still adding to it. Since this was a battle of the strongest, Midoriya took advantage of Bakugo's quirk to take other players' points. He doesn't care what people think, as long as he keeps adding points. A robot known as the Arena Trap robot emerged from around the corner, sending everyone fleeing. Midoriya stumbled and collided with Iida, then began to flee. "Help!" was yelled by someone in the vicinity. Midoriya was entangled in some debris and couldn't escape, so the girl saved her. Using Bakugo's peculiarity as propulsion, Midoriya leapt towards the robot as soon as he saw her and exclaimed, "Watch out!" Using Death Arm's peculiarity, Midoriya hit the robot, causing it to slowly explode. At last, he discovered the girl's quirk, something about controlling gravity, 0 gravity, and before he could hit the ground, he used her quirk to stop himself by touching his face. The girl wondered, "Is that my quirk? Does he have a copy quirk of some kind?" and yelled at Midoriya to let go. Midoriya did what the girl said, and he went down. Midoriya inquired, "Are you okay?" to the girl. "Yes, I'm okay. Was that just a weird quirk of mine?" she asked. Midoriya said, maybe? What exactly is your quirk? Zero gravity. I could make things float if I touched it, but it will stop if I put my hands together and say release. I never got to introduce myself. I'm Ochako Uraraka, she clarified. So that's your quirk. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is aura manipulation. I could copy and enhance the quirks of others. I could also detect and see the aura of other people within a 50 meters radius. By the way, I am really sorry for copying your quirk without permission. Midoriya laughed, smiled, and told Uraraka about his. It's okay. That's how your quirk work. We should take initiative sometimes, she shouted. Midoriya continued, if that's how you feel, let me say thank you because of your quirk I had saved myself. Present Mike exclaimed, 2 minutes left. Uraraka gushed, hey, Midoriya. Want to work together to get more points? If it's all right, let's go ahead and do it, exclaimed Midoriya with excitement. Together, Midoriya and Uraraka built up a formidable squad that keeps up their point-scoring success. They were unaware that there were locations for rescue and rescue operations known as rescue points. 75 points and 60 rescue points were awarded to Midoriya. In contrast, Uraraka had 15 rescue points and 55 points. Midoriya and Uraraka exchanged well wishes. During the exam and possibly in real life, they became the best of friends. After a week, mom of Midoriya exclaimed, Izuku, it's here, it's finally here, they sent us a letter. Midoriya was at a loss for words. After accepting the letter, he entered his room. When he opened the letter and saw a hologram of All Might, he was delighted and perplexed at the same time. Why had All Might accepted a teaching position at UA High? When All Might revealed that Midoriya had passed the test, he was ecstatic. He was thrilled to be attending his ideal university. Midoriya said, Mom, I passed the exam. Midoriya's mother exclaimed, You did? I'm so proud of you, with tears in her eyes. Midoriya's mother exclaimed, Let's celebrate with your favorite food, katsudon. Izuku Midoriya's first day of school was this day, which was the happiest of his life because he had finally passed his dream school. His mother ridiculed him but remained innocent, asking, Are you sure you packed everything? Not just action figures? Midoriya replied, I'm sure I've got everything, Mom, I'm going to be late. Mom sobbed, Izuku, I'm so proud of you, to Midoriya. Midoriya grinned. In UA, Class 1A, Class 1A, where is it? Finally locating his classroom, Midoriya said, There, Class 1A. I hope that Iida guy and Bakugo isn't here. When Midoriya opened the door, she saw that they were both yelling at one another. Shit. Bad luck. Take your feet off the table. You are disrespecting this academy by not caring for the school's property, Iida yelled. Bakugo yelled, Iida turned to face Midoriya and began to approach him. Hi. I am Tenya Iida and, I know. You mentioned that during the orientation. I am Izuku Midoriya, said Midoriya. When Uraraka arrived, he screamed, I know that curly hair, Midoriya. Midoriya rambled, Hey, Uraraka, we're in the same class. I'm so excited. What are the teachers like? What? You should leave this school if your only goal is to make friends, a weird, enigmatic voice stated. Could Midoriya have seen someone in a sleeping bag? Everyone was taken aback. The man said, slurping juice, Welcome to UA's hero course. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I am your homeroom teacher. Teacher? Should he be a pro or something? I'm really sure he's familiar. Wear these. This is your PE uniform. Once you're done, proceed to the field immediately, instructed Mr. Aizawa. In the field everyone yelled, A quirk apprehension test? Uraraka said, BUB, but what about the orientation? Mr. Aizawa replied, We don't have time for those ceremonies if you want to be heroes. Mr. Aizawa said, You have the freedom to use your quirks here at UA, and that freedom also applies to us, teachers too. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50 meters dash, endurance run, grip strength test, sustained sideways jump, upper body exercises and seated toe touch. These are all activities that you had experienced from middle school. Activities that you were prohibited for using your quirks, exclaimed Mr. Aizawa. He questioned Bakugo. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? 67 meters. Was Bakugo's response. Mr. Aizawa ordered, try it again, but this time with your quirk. I'll just add a little explosion to my throw. Throwing the ball, Bakugo let forth the biggest explosion he could. Bakugo exclaimed, don't copy my style, Deku, as he threw the ball. Bakugo's result for the softball pitch was 705.2 meters. The remainder of Class 1A muttered, whoa, I want to try that, that looks fun. You think this is fun? You have 3 years to become a hero here at UA. Do you think it will always be games of some sort? Mr. Aizawa yelled. Mr. Aizawa warned Class 1A. Well then, new rule. The last person who will get the least number of points will be expelled immediately. Expelled? But this is only the first day. That's so unfair, Uraraka gasped. There are many unfair things in life, including natural disasters, catastrophic accidents, and egotistical villains. As heroes, it is our responsibility to undo all of this and bring reason back. From now on, you will experience hardship after hardship during your 3 years at UA. Plus Ultra is this. I'm counting on you all to go through these difficulties and reach the pinnacle. This is the pinnacle of hero training. We have no choice but to do our best, Iida. Fuck. I could throw that ball farther, Bakugo. First trial. 50-meter relay. First duo to go. Tsuyu Asui and Tenya Iida. Iida. This is it. Plus Ultra, go signal, Tenya Iida, Quirk. Engine. It exactly is what it sounds like. His legs have engine, which he could propel himself in great speed. Tenya Iida. 3.04 seconds. Tsuyu Asui. 5.58 seconds. Mashirao Ojiro and Ochako Uraraka are the next couple. I'll make my clothes and weightless, and my shoes too, Uraraka. Mashirao Ojiro. 5.49 seconds. Ochako Uraraka. 7.15 seconds. Ochako Uraraka, Quirk. Zero gravity. Her quirk can reduce the gravitational pull of whatever she touches to zero. However, if she overuses her quirk, it will make her violently woozy. Wow, I managed to beat my time from middle school. 7.26 seconds was Uraraka's middle school time. Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido are the next couple. Aoyama about faces, everyone's being so artless about it. You should use your quirk, Aoyama replied. Yuga Aoyama, quirk, naval laser. He can shoot lasers from his navel for just a few seconds. Aoyama began to utilize his oddity. He leapt, collapsed in the midst of the course, got back up, and fired his naval laser once again. Mina Ishido. 5.48 seconds. Yuga Aoyama. 5.51 seconds. If I would keep on shooting my laser for more than 1 second, my tum-tum would hurt, you know, Aoyama said. Ishido says, what is this guy? Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya are runners-up 17 and 18. If I'm loosening everything, using Uraraka's quirk, then use Bakugo's explosion but in a straight way, I'm sure I could do this faster than Kachan. Midoriya. I'm sure this damn nerd has something stronger and faster in mind. Bakugo. Uraraka receives a thumbs up from Midoriya. As Bakugo and Midoriya say, let's do this. I can feel it rushing through my veins. Go signal. With a loud, clean explosion in his hands, Midoriya was moving quicker than Iida. Izuku Midoriya. 2.50 seconds. Katsuki Bakugo. 4.13 seconds. Izuku Midoriya, quirk. Aura manipulation. He could copy and enhance, emitter and transformation quirk, making it stronger than the original holder. Not only that, but he could sense and see the aura of people within a 50 meters radius. Katsuki Bakugo, quirk. Explosion. Explosion allows Bakugo to excrete nitroglycerin like sweat from his palms and ignite it at will to create various explosions. Bakugo angrily exclaimed, "What the fuck was that, Deku?" after Midoriya had defeated him. "Whoa! What was that? Wasn't that Bakugo's quirk?" asked the students who had studied with Midoriya. Uraraka blurted, "Yes, it was Midoriya's quirk, but he also used mine." Iida questioned, "Your quirk? But how?" "Midoriya has a very strong quirk called aura manipulation. It could help him copy and enhance emitter and transformation quirks. Which means he could make it stronger," Mr. Aizawa went on to say. "Wait, he's very familiar. Isn't he the one in the sludge villain incident?" Everyone was curious. Bakugo and Midoriya were fighting once more. Midoriya said to Uraraka, "Hey, Uraraka. Did you see me there? I was very cool, wasn't I?" Bakugo cried, "Frickin' show off, Deku." Midoriya said, "Hey, I'm not a show-off." "You were so cool, Midoriya. You used my quirk and Bakugo's, isn't that right?" replied Uraraka. Yeah, I couldn't think of something else, so I made my clothes and shoes weightless and give out the biggest explosion I could give." Midoriya was bursting with pride. Everyone flocked around Midoriya, saying, "Midoriya, you were so cool back there. Are you the one who was in the sludge villain incident?" Midoriya grinned, "Hey, I guess you'd notice. Hey, people, we're not finished here yet." Mr. Aizawa shouted, "Maybe I should use Death Arm's quirk for this test. Make it stronger until this breaks." Midoriya used Death Arm's peculiarity, but he was holding on to the machine too tightly. He was stronger than before. The shattering measure reverberates throughout the gym. Midoriya apologized, saying, "UHHMMM. Mr. Aizawa, I think I broke it." Mr. Aizawa gave him an additional, heavier one. "Try this one, Midoriya." He broke the machine again, demonstrating the strength with which he was generating it. "This child, his quirk is really strong. I don't think his quirk has negative effects if he trains his body," Mr. Aizawa said. Mr. Aizawa told Midoriya, "Wait here, Midoriya. I'm going to go get All Might's gripping machine." The boy with yellow hair exuded an enthusiastic aura and asked, "Whoa, Midoriya, you broke 2 gripping machines?" He shouted out, "Yeah, I think Mr. Aizawa's going to go get me another one." The black-haired man with tape-like structures within his elbows said, "Whoa, 540 kilograms. That's some pretty cool gripping strength. Are you a gorilla?" The tiny person with the violet balls in his head exclaimed, "No, I think he's an octopus of some sort." Mr. Aizawa appeared with All Might's gripping machine and said, "Midoriya, here it is. You still have 97.55% chance of breaking it though. Still, I should grip harder than All Might to be the #1 hero in the world." Once more, the machine broke apart and began to smoke. "Damn it, Deku's doing a much better job than me, Bakugo." Trial 3. The long jump standing. Using his peculiarity, Aoyama began by moving through the sandbox. Then, Bakugo uses his explosions as propulsion as he moves through the sandbox. The best choice for this time is Bakugo's quirk. A perfect flush. Midoriya made her way through the play area, not letting up for him. Sustained sideways jump. Trial 4. The man with the odd ball in his head that looked like a grape began bouncing on his balls from side to side. "I should be able to this just right. That's right, Kachan's quirk again." Midoriya began to raise his arms in a sideways motion, palms facing forward. Midoriya began to alternately poop and burst from side to side. The softball pitch, trial number 5, "Me first," exclaimed Midoriya. Midoriya throws the ball, but because of Uraraka's peculiarity, it remains weightless. "That ought to be sufficient. Midoriya, that's my quirk." Midoriya used it, Uraraka said. The phone of Mr. Aizawa, which was inextricably linked to that ball, began to beep. He raised it and demonstrated it to the entire class. Infinity. Everyone looked shocked. Even Midoriya was taken aback. Uraraka took his chance to pitch. She caused the ball to become weightless in the same way that Midoriya had. The phone of Mr. Aizawa began beeping. He presented it to the students. Uraraka and Midoriya experienced the same outcome. Eternity. Everyone was taken aback. Uraraka held up her hands to give Midoriya a high five, saying, "Hey, Midoriya, we had the same results." Yeah, Midoriya exclaimed, flushing. Bakugo said, "Damn it, Deku. You fucking stupid nerd," and advanced towards Midoriya. Mr. Aizawa yelled, "Bakugo, stop this. Don't make me use my quirk, it irritates my eyes." Midoriya said, "Wait, Aizawa-sensei, what did you do?" Mr. Aizawa said, "I erased his quirk." Erased? Those goggles are so familiar. Wait, that's right, he's the underground hero, the erasing hero. Eraserhead. Mr. Aizawa's the erasing hero. Eraserhead. Midoriya screamed. Class 1A began to talk. Eraserhead? I've never heard of him before. Bakugo pleaded Mr. Aizawa, saying, "Let me go, Mr. Aizawa. Fuck this guy. His fiber-like materials are so strong." However, he never seemed sincere to Midoriya about it. Damn it. This fucking Deku will start to get in my way of becoming the #1 hero, Bakugo. Midoriya noticed a yellow aura next to the gym. Someone's been watching us this whole time. A hero. Glancing back, Midoriya noticed All Might glancing out from the side of the gym. All Might? Why is he watching us? If I find him later, I will ask him. Here is the overall result of the quirk assessment test. The last person will be expelled and will be packing her bag at the end of the day. Mr. Aizawa told the students in class. He's really going to expel one of us? Midoriya asked. He is serious about that? Asked the black-haired girl. Outcomes. Izuku Midoriya, 1st Yaoyorozu, the 2nd Momo. 3rd Shoto Todoroki, 4th Bakugo Katsuki Tenya Iida's 5th. Fumikage Tokoyomi, 6th Mazo Shoji's 7th. Mashirao Ojiro, 8th Ajiro Kirishima, 9th the 10th Mina Ishido. Ochako Uraraka's 11th Koji Koda's 12th Rikido Sato's 13th. The 14th Tsuyu AC 15th Yuga Aoyama 16th Honta Siro. 17th Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiru. The 18th Toru Hagakuri's 19th. 20th Minoru Mineta. Uraraka gushed, Midoriya's in the top spot, and Minoru Mineta in last place? The guy with the violet balls exclaimed, I'm in last place? Minoru Mineta, you are expelled from UA High School, Heroics course. You have no potential in being a hero. Pack your things, you will not come back tomorrow and the rest of the 3 years here, said Mr. Aizawa. Mineta yelled, I'm expelled. Mr. Aizawa angrily exclaimed, yes, you are. On the first day of classes here at UA, a pro hero ejected Mineta. Will Aizawa-sensei select a different student from Class 1B, the Heroics course, because there are only 19 students remaining in Class 1A? Asterisk, a bell sounds asterisk as Midoriya was making his way to the train station. Iida burst into a sprint, saying, Hey Midoriya. You did great back there. Hey. Thanks Iida. Uraraka began to run in the direction of Iida and Midoriya. Uraraka said, Hey guys, are you going to the station? Let me join? Yeah, we are. We're happy you're going with us. Iida took a breath. Uraraka questioned, Ochako Uraraka, and you're? Iida said, Tenya Iida, nice to meet you Uraraka. Midoriya exclaimed, let's get going. Uraraka rambled, I really feel bad for Mineta. He was expelled in the first day. I know, right? Asked Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, inquired Uraraka. Uraraka said, why did Bakugo call you Deku? That's what he called me when he was making fun of me during the old times, replied Midoriya. Iida asked, really? So it's like an insult for you? Midoriya said, it's something like that. Deku is a really cute nickname, I like it, exclaimed Uraraka. With a flush, Midoriya exclaimed, then, Deku it is. Really? Just like that? Were you just saying that it's an insult? Iida screamed. Midoriya was seriously doubting if the decisions he had made in life had been the right ones. They all forged a unique connection with one another, possibly even developing a friendship. Today marked my second day at UA. All right, class, tell me where the mistake is in this next English sentence example, the presenter said. Present Mike exclaimed, who knows the answer? Everybody hands up and raise them high. Most in class 1A are so normal. This is so fucking boring, Bakugo said. Oh, I know the past participle is in the wrong place, so. Number 4, Midoriya replied. We meet at the Great Mess Hall at noon to enjoy excellent food at a discounted price. My face lit up with pleasure and happiness as I said, oh gosh, it's the cooking hero. Lunch rush. He ended up settling into the white rice world of school lunches, huh, Uraraka said. And lastly, the afternoon section, our Everyday Heroics Foundation studies. It's me, through the door, like a normal person, exclaimed All Might, the number 1 hero, as he passed through the entrance, in an odd position. That boy with black hair and the tape Quirk, whose name I think was Honta Zero, said, I can't believe it, All Might's really gonna be teaching us, yeah, Zero yelled. I'm getting goosebumps from that art style clashing so much. That design is so Silver Age, cried Ajiro Kirishima, the spiky red-haired boy. Foundational Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. You'll get tons of credit for it, All Might said. All Might jabbered, let's get started. Today you'll have a battle trial. A combat trial, was exclaimed by all. All Might went on, and to go with your first battle. Everyone was perplexed. We've prepared the gear we had you sent in request for to match with your quirks, said All Might. Everyone exclaimed, our battle gear, awesome, as they put on their hero outfits. Get changed and we will be going. Everyone gather at Grounds B. The costume you bring to the battlefield is vitally important, boys and girls, the mighty shouted. All Might said, and remember, you are officially heroes from now on. I yelled, hey guys, wait, as I sprinted into the field. All Might yelled, all right. Let's see what you are made of, you bunch of newbies. Third-person point of view. The subsidy for costumes. One must submit in a report about their physical characteristics and quirks before they can be admitted to the academy. The school's affiliated company then uses that information to create their costumes. The system runs smoothly. They take precise demands for details, and their cutting-edge costumes are made. A month ago, I've gotta go to City Hall and do the quirk report thing for the costume. The problem is, I'm registered as no quirk. What should I do? Midoriya murmured. Midoriya's mother exclaimed, Izuku, about that, I actually updated your quirk registration. Really, Mum? Thank you so much, remarked a happy Midoriya. When I knew that your quirk was developing and got that diagnosed by the doctor, I knew that you're trying to apply to UA, and I figured out that they have these kind of things, so I updated it. Midoriya's mother grinned and wrapped her arms around. Today, this is my hero costume, a waterproof and fireproof green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves, along with his signature red boots, Midoriya said. Uraraka exclaimed, ah, Deku, cool costume, it really looks practical. Urara's outfit caught Midoriya off guard. Hey, Urara. I'd wished I drew my request sketch a little better. My costume came out a bit puffy. It's so embarrassing. Uraraka vomited. All Might abruptly decided to give a detailed explanation, saying, today's battle trial will be an indoor 2-on-2 battle. Midoriya yelled, indoor battle? 2-on-2? Exclaimed the remainder of Class 1A. Yaoyorozu exclaimed, but Mineta has been expelled. We'll be having one of the students who was accepted through recommendation, do 2 battles. Let's have Shoto Todoroki. Considering that most of the villain acts are committed indoors. Imprisonment. House arrest. The black market. All of these acts are happening in this hero-saturated society. Why? Any intelligent villain is lurking in the shadows. All Might clarified. Midoriya whispered. Todoroki? Is he the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor? Yes, of course, Todoroki replied. What about the foundational training? Said Tsuyu Asui, the green-haired girl with the peculiarity of a frog. All Might yelled, this is foundational training. Like I said, there is a 2-on-2, hero versus villain battle. This time, there won't be any robots, it'd be okay to just destroy, he said. Momo Yaoyorozu asked, so how do we determine the winner and the loser? Bakugo angrily asked, is it okay if we just blow them away? Is there a threat of being expelled just like Aizawa-sensei did? Uraraka inquired. Iida asked, if we'll be in groups, how would we do it? Is this cape flattering on me? Inquired Aoyama. All Might yelled, HNN, I can't hear you if you speak all at once. All Might pulled out a small paper and started explaining, for this training, we will have some acting villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them and their infamous scheme before it is too late. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear core before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. Midoriya asked, a COD sheet? All Might yelled, your opponents and teammates will be chosen by lottery. Iida exclaimed, is that really how we will do it? Iida and Uraraka turned to face Midoriya as he began to grumble, saying, actually, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know very well, so this is probably testing that. I see. Always with our eyes on the future, are we? I apologize, remarked the Almighty. All Might exclaimed, anyway, let's start this. Groups. A. Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya B. Mazo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. C. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu D. Tenya Ideda and Katsuki Bakugo. E. Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama F. Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. G. Denki Kaminari and Jiro Kyoka H. Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui. I. Mashirao Ojiro and Toru Hagakure J. Honta Siro and Ajiro Kirishima. Uraraka yelled, wow, Deku, we're teammates. We must be linked or something. Seriously? Say anything, man, speak, some words, Midoriya said. All Might declared, and the first to do combat, will be the following. All Might said, Pair A will be the heroes and Pair D will be the villains. Bakugo and Midoriya exchanged a look of death. This scenario has the villains inside the building first, then after 5 minutes, the heroes will be let in as well. Everyone else will be able to see the match through the surveillance cameras. This will allow young Iida and Bakugo to get inside the heads of villainkind. This is a practical training exercise. So go all out without fear of injury. Though naturally we'll cut it off, if things goes out of hand. All Might clarified. Don't forget. Go beyond. Plus ultra, exclaimed everyone. Iida and Bakugo were ordered to enter the building, which contained the nuclear bomb, once All Might had finished explaining everything. While Uraraka and Midoriya were standing by outdoors. Within the structure, Iida walked around the device, protecting it, saying, it may just be a training exercise but it still hurts me to be the villain, though I suppose to just guard this thing. Bakugo murmured to himself, Deku, you fucking nerd. I told you once, whatever quirk you will get, I will be always stronger than you. Iida yelled, are you just planning to ambush him, are you? Bakugo yelled, fuck you, you stupid fucking nerd. Exterior to the structure, Uraraka exclaimed, a layout map. I guess we'll have to commit it to memory. I'm just so relieved that All Might didn't give us a penalty like Aizawa-sensei. He's as nice as he is on TV, Uraraka remarked. Midoriya was trembling and shaky with terror. Uraraka rambled, hey Deku. I feel like you're not as relieved as me. It's not that. Bakugo and Iida are our opponents. I guess it really intense for me, Midoriya sighed. Uraraka continued, I see. I remember, Bakugo keeps on bullying you. Middle school Bakugo. I'm going to be the #1 hero and I will even surpass All Might. I really hate his guys, but at the same time I really adore him. His ambitions, his quirk, his confidence, and his strength. I can say that he is 100 times better than me. All at the same time. I don't want to lose to him. I'll get stronger and prove to him that I can be stronger than him. Midoriya mumbled. Uraraka said, so then this must be fate. The bonds between men. Oh man, I'm sorry, I was muttering on something that doesn't involve you, said Midoriya. Uraraka rambled, it does, we're teammates, aren't we? Let's do our best. Start of the indoor battle trial. There are monitors in the basement of the same structure. They are employed to observe internal activity. All Might exclaimed to the other students in Class 1A, now watch each team's strategy and make some of your own. Midoriya whispered to Uraraka, infiltration. Success. Be careful, there are a lot of blind spots. She replied in a whisper, okay, Deku. Using his peculiarity, Midoriya noticed that Bakugo was getting closer. Wait. Kacchan's roaming in this floor. And Iida is on the middle room on the 5th floor. Uraraka, go to the top, I will deal with Kacchan here. Uraraka questioned, are you sure? Yes, but watch out over there, replied Midoriya. Uraraka set off to locate the nuclear bomb by making his way to the 5th level. Just like those notes said on battle in enclosed spaces, make full turns. Just try to remember them, Midoriya replied. Kacchan's going to attack. Counter, Midoriya said. A sudden ambush, exclaimed Denki Kaminari, the yellow-haired man with the peculiarity of electrification. As Midoriya had predicted, Bakugo suddenly appeared from around the corner. Bakugo was taken aback by Midoriya's explosive counterattack and became enraged. Bakugo yelled, damn you, Deku. Stop using my quirk. I knew it. This was Kacchan's plan. I'm his opponent, his main goal is to beat me up, Midoriya said. The man with the fiery red hair, Ajiro Kirishima, yelled, that Bakugo's a cheater. An ambush is so unmanly. All Might clarified, actually, ambushes are good strategies, they are in battle after all. Midoriya, you did a pretty good job dodging that attack, said Mina Ishido, the girl with the pink complexion and hair. Bakugo exclaimed, Deku, I'll blow you away. Running towards Bakugo, Midoriya got ready to give him a stomach blow. Bakugo let out a, you, when Midoriya struck him. Did that fucking nerd just read me? Bakugo said. You always lead with a big right swing, Kacchan. I can't count how many times I had seen you do it. I analyzed it and took notes on all the heroes I thought were amazing, including you, Midoriya exclaimed. With all of his strength, Midoriya yelled, the same notes you blew up and tossed away. I'm not the same useless Deku you thought. Now Deku is the name of a hero. Iida thought to himself, damn you Bakugo, he just flew out of sight, seriously, what's wrong with that guy? Uraraka mumbled, Midoriya was right, he is really here. Bakugo cried, now I'm really pissed. Deku, Kacchan and I lived in the same neighborhood. So him and I were childhood buddies. Kacchan was like the commander, the invincible rogue who can do anything if we wants to. Putting aside what is right or wrong, I was really impressed with his confidence and admired him from the rear. But after his quirk manifested, it all took a bad turn. I know that people aren't equal from birth. I knew that since we were 4, the truth that society knows. Memories of Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo, could you tell me what's going on there? Asked Iida, the wireless transceiver operator. Bakugo replied and hung up, saying, shut up and keep guarding, I am really fucking pissed right now. Who cares about what you feel? Hey, that little Bakugo just hung up on me, Iida yelled. What are they saying? There are no sounds from the surveillance footage, Kirishima yelled. They have wireless transceivers to communicate with their teammates, and all they have is rough sketch of the building, stated All Might. The time limits is 15 minutes, and they don't know where exactly the nuclear core is, right? Todoroki responded. Exactly. Exclaimed All Might. Then that means the hero sides are in a disadvantage, Ashido replied. All Might groaned. Didn't Aizawa tell you the school motto? Come on, say it with me now. Plus ultra, was exclaimed by all. Says Aoyama. Ah, Monsieur Bakugo. All Might gushed. Midoriya spoke through the headset as Bakugo approached her using his blasts. Uraraka, have you found it? Midoriya exclaimed. She says, yeah, in a whisper so Iida won't hear. Midoriya began to close the distance with Bakugo, but Bakugo continues to dodge his blows. Midoriya began to remove the capture tape, the device that would be used to record each other, and began to move towards Bakugo's direction. He began to insert it inside his legs. The record of capture, Bakugo. Notebook number 10, page 18. I can visualize it. If I know, Kachan. He is getting very hasty. Here comes the right swing. Midoriya. Bakugo attempted to use his right arm to get closer to Midoriya. Midoriya steered clear of it. It was all, look how Midoriya goes. Zero cried out, he can use his quirk, but he's trying to close combat. Young Midoriya is impressively quick on his feet. He has jotted down for who knows how many years. His head must be overflowing with knowledge about heroes by now. The mighty. I was right to predict it, said Midoriya. But that being said, this won't be easy. I need to come up with a plan. Midoriya says. In order to plot his next move, Midoriya began to flee from Bakugo. Bakugo yelled, Deku, get back here. Midoriya fled as far away from Bakugo as she could, trying to come up with a strategy to win the battle trial. Bakugo yelled to entice Midoriya to battle with him. Why don't you use it? Since mine is even stronger. Midoriya kept running as far as she could. Kaminari hissed, damn, that kid's pissed, it's scary. Young Bakugo has heard the pourings of young Midoriya's here, and yet he's still full of confidence. His head is bloated beyond all reason. I see, all power. Bakugo yelled, Deku, come on out wherever you are, in an attempt to urge Midoriya to engage in combat. True to form, he's absolutely dismiss Uraraka and concentrating on me. Any tolerable procedure on their part would have sent Iida as the vanguard, if by any stretch of the imagination. He would have completely had the preferred position in speed all things considered, and he should realize that. This is no foreordained procedure, both of them get ready. This is his, Kachan, day's rage, straightforward as can be, which implies, our rivals aren't in agreement right now. In the event that they had stayed together and assaulted us firsthand, joined together. At that point our opportunity of winning would have been 50-50. In the event that I'd gone with Uraraka, it had become the most dire outcome imaginable. Kachan would have tailed me up there in the event that I had gone with her, Uraraka. On the off chance that we both battle Kachan head-on, we will in all probability use up all available time. This is the best arrangement for the present. It's simply down to whether Uraraka can effectively arrive at the center. I figure we could do it. I simply need to give close way. I could erase his quirk. I had copy from Mr. Aizawa, if I could also use his, Mr. Aizawa, quirk by only touching Kachan. This might as well be a 2 versus 1 fight. It's ours to win. Midoriya. I simply need to remain covered up until Deku shows up. Uraraka. Bakugo is normally bad, however that really hit the imprints for this activity. Gee, following that line of reasoning, I should act progressively like a villain. Indeed. This also is basically another preliminary to turn into a mind-blowing man deserving of the Iida family name. I should imagine a villain's perspective. Wreath thyself in pitchest dark. I am presently very malevolent. Iida snapped. He's so serious. Uraraka chuckled, and Iida undoubtedly noticed her. So you've come, Uraraka. I realize you'd come here when Bakugo rushed off. Yours is a quirk that causes whatever you touch to float. In light of that, I moved to counter you by giving this floor a cleaning. Presently there'll be no little stunt you can attempt. You've made a blunder in your calculations, hero. Fuhahahahaha. Uraraka attempted to smile as Iida approached, saying, It looks spick and span. To avoid getting read by me again, led with a kick. He's caught on. Won't be getting under his guard again. I need to think of a plan. Midoriya. Deku. Midoriya heard Uraraka's voice through her earpiece. I'm sorry, Iida found me. He's getting closer now, she said. Time is of the essence. If we lose, they'll prevail, declared Midoriya to Uraraka. This is the one place I definitely don't want to lose. Shit. He found me. Midoriya. Bakugo found Midoriya and exclaimed, it's finally ready. Kachan, said Midoriya. Why won't you use your quirk, Deku? I thought it was strong? Bakugo yelled. I'm not afraid anymore, Kachan, was the reply from Midoriya. I already know about all of your stalking, you know. Midoriya was perplexed. My explosions are sparked by the sweat on my palms, which is like secreting nitroglycerin that explodes. He remained perplexed. Now, if the specs are as I asked, then I can store that sweat in this bracer and... Through his earpiece, All Might yelled, Bakugo, stop this, you'll kill him. Bakugo yelled out, if it doesn't hit, he won't die. Although Bakugo removed the pin, it appears that Midoriya counterattacked with Bakugo's quirk, but it's not through his hand but through his whole body. You want to see my quirk so badly, huh, Kachan? Then, here it is. Bakugo. Launching an attack with an extensive damage indoors defeats the purpose of protecting your stronghold. It doesn't matter if you're a hero or a villain. It was a foolish move. Do it one more time and you'll earn yourself massive demerits. Do you hear me? All Might yelled with no response. Bakugo was blown away when the two explosions clashed, but Midoriya remained still. The explosion damaged the building's two corners on the floors they were on. The structure trembled. Uraraka and Iida both yelled, what's happening? All Might exclaimed, Bakugo, Midoriya. Are you boys all right? Kirishima exclaimed, this was supposed to be a lesson. Midoriya responded, I'm fine, and so is Kachan, he's unconscious. Through his earpiece, she announced to Uraraka, Uraraka, I'm going up. Uraraka inquired, what about Bakugo? Midoriya said, I taped him up with the capture tape, he's unconscious. Midoriya leapt as high as he dared. Hey, Uraraka, shouted to her. He said to Iida, hey, Iida. I'm sorry for doing this. Uraraka, go get the bomb. What? Come on, I'll make sure he can't go through you. Iida sought to activate his engine quirk, but Midoriya deleted it, saying, oh no, you don't, heroes. What? Why can't I use my quirk? To which Midoriya said, I erased it. What? How? Answer that question, yourself. Uraraka said, retrieved. Once Midoriya had taped Iida up, he exclaimed, captured. All Might said, the hero team, wins. The man with the bird head, Fumikage Tokiyami, yelled, the winning team is standing strong. They both won the battle and the war. The losing team, one collapsed and one was fairly injured. But this is just a training, Asui remarked. Come on, young Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida. It's time for your critique, the mighty stated. Mini conveyor bots carried Bakugo over to Recovery Girl, the school nurse. Review room, All Might screamed, I'd say, the best in the match was young Iida. Waha! Exclaimed Iida. But weren't the winning Ochako and Midoriya? Replied Asui. All Might inquired, I wonder why I could possibly think so, who knows why. Yaoyorozu raised her hand and started to talk, it's because Iida was the only one who adopted the situation. Bakugo's behavior was obviously driven by some personal grudge and thus totally arbitrary, just as All Might Sensei told us earlier, his massive attack was foolish, but somehow still didn't get through Midoriya not one scratch. His move was also foolish by counter-attacking with a much more massive explosion, while Uraraka lost her focus in the middle of the game. They were treating that bomb as if it was a fake. Well, technically it is, but in this training, they have to treat it if it were real, because large explosions like that could trigger the bomb and explode and furthermore do more damage. Iida devised a counterattack strategy attack against an opponent because he correctly supposed the match would revolve around the core. It didn't happen because it so happened that Midoriya was able to copy Mr. Aizawa's quirk and erased his. But we all know that Iida was trying to counterattack. I believe that the hero team's so-called victory is being too nice in calling this just a training. Iida made a strange face out of flattery. All Might gave a thumbs up and said, "Holy moly, she said it all." Well, young Iida might also have been too stiff, but that was correct. Yaoyorozu, who was also a suggested freshman, screamed, "We should always start our studies with what's familiar, and if we don't cheer each other on wholeheartedly, then we'll never become top heroes." Damn it. I was too carried with my quirk, Midoriya. "I really apologize for being rude to Iida during the battle," Midoriya said. Oh, you were just playing the part, Midoriya, just like me," Iida gasped. "Really? Is that what you think? I heard from Uraraka that you were serious playing your part as a villain." "Yeah, to become a hero that time I had to become the villain." "Iida, you really make some great points," exclaimed Midoriya. Midoriya came and collected his notebook while he was still watching the bout. At a new arena, Pair B, consisting of Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, took on the role of heroes, while Pair I, consisting of Toru Hagakure and Mashirao Ojiro, were the villains. Hagakure rambled, "As an invisible person, that's definitely the way to go about things, but as a girl that's logically gonna be, hot." While Ojiro was feeling a little uneasy. "Woo, Ojiro, I'm getting a little pumped up, so I'm going to take my shoes and gloves too." When Todoroki's teammate Shoji used his peculiar duple arms to say, "One of them is on the north side of the 4th floor. And the other is somewhere on this floor, barefoot. Is the invisible one planning an ambush?" The hero team was already granted permission to enter. Shoji Mizo. Unique feature, duple arms. You may imitate various bodily parts by using the tips of his tentacles. It's going to grow bushy, so go outside. If they plan to make this a guarded game, then it won't be that much for me by then, Todoroki remarked. Todoroki used his peculiar ability to freeze the entire building and located the explosives. "If you'd like, you are welcome to step." Todoroki warned Ojiro, "Do be aware, though, that peeling the skin off the sole of your foot doesn't look good for your ability to fight." He made certain that neither the bomb nor his comrades were caught in the destruction. He also made the villain's position weaker, All Might clarified. "This one is really unique," Kirishima exclaimed. "Ow, ow, ow." Hagakure was struck by the intense cold on the ground floor. "Victory team," Todoroki said, "My fault, sorry." "Heat?" Ojiro yelled. "The gap between us is just too far." Todoroki Shoto. "An oddity, semi-cold, semi-hot. His left side burns as his right side freezes. His temperature and range are unknown. That is a really powerful and remarkable quirk, Midoriya." The matches went on until each team was eliminated. "Well done, everyone, except for young Bakugo. No one else has been hurt. It went really well for your first training session," All Might cried out. "In my opinion, this is quite sincere and follows closely upon Aizawa-sensei's. Ironic in a way," everyone agreed. "Get dressed again and return to your classroom. I will forward the criticism to young Bakugo," All Might exclaimed as he hurried off. "What? Is All Might rushing, or what?" Midoriya inquired. "After school, wow, Midoriya, I didn't hear you back there, but I bet it was a rather fierce battle," Kirishima droned on. "What a huge explosion that was. How were you able to do that?" The man with dark hair and a ripped build, Rikido Sato, exclaimed. "Hi, my name is Ajiro Kirishima. Hi, my name is Nami Ishido. This is actually Mina, but reversed. Hi there, my name is Suyu Asui, but just call me Suyu." "Hi there, Rikido Sato, hee." Midoriya spoke tensely. Down the pipe, Tokiyami yelled. "Hey Uraraka, how about we go out sometime? What kind of food are you into?" Kaminari inquired of Uraraka. Staring at Midoriya, Uraraka murmured. Rice cakes. Don't sit on the table, Tokiyama. Iida gave Tokiyami an order. It seems like you don't genuinely doubt your beliefs, Kaminari yelled. After a few days, they faced the danger that All Might had hinted at, the fear of the evil strategists. Are you aware of this? At UA, he, All Might, started teaching, an enigmatic voice cried out. Hey, after villains put an end to the symbol of peace, what do you suppose will happen to him? One day after the battle trial, the news media learned that All Might was employed as a teacher at UA High School, a scratchy voice said. We've arrived on the site. Here, in front of the renowned UA High gates, we are live broadcasting unedited footage, the reporter yelled. Did you defeat the sludge villain? If so, what kind of lessons does All Might teach? The reporter inquired. Huh? I apologize. I'm in a rush. Midoriya bolted for the school's interior. Will you lend us some of your thoughts about what it could have looked like to still have the symbol of peace in front of you at the teaching platform? The journalist questioned Uraraka. My thoughts? He was rather muscular, I guess, yes. How do you feel about All Might taking on the role of teacher? The journalist questioned Iida. It makes me more aware of how I am recruited in order to obtain the highest level of education. It stops short of stating that he has amazing strength and grace, as well as other qualities like his tendency towards comedy. The understudies will have the opportunity to think about what groups need to coordinate in order to coordinate the meaning of a top hero, as they will be continuously exposed to such an extraordinary good example. What do you think of All Might? Wait, weren't you the one who was saved by the boy with green hair after being caught by the sludge villain? Did Bakugo still have any patches from the battle trial fight? The reporter inquired. Cease talking. Please share your thoughts on All Cut. Would you mind getting a somewhat more presentable guy? Mr. Aizawa was asked by the reporter. The man is currently off duty. As the news journalists left, Mr. Aizawa added, please leave the area as you are interfering with our lessons here. Everyone knew. Yes, everyone. When word spread that All Might had UA's faculty, the entire nation went into a frenzy and the mass media hammered at the gates for days on end hoping to get a scoop. All we want to do is have direct talk with everyone, a reporter yelled. Furthermore, don't you seem a touch too careless? Another person exclaimed. That guy looks familiar, but I can't place him. One of the reporters sought to accompany Mr. Aizawa inside as he began to move inside, saying, come on, couldn't you tell us a little? Aw rats. All of the reporters were shut out as the school's censor began to bleep. The venerable UA barrier is back. In any case, it is what we refer to it as. Really? What a joke. The security gates will snap shut instantly if you don't have a student card or an ID with special permission. There are censors everywhere, even in the college area. Why are you taking so long to simply ignore us? A word or two would be more than enough. God forbid. After 2 days in this place. That they even lack the decency to tell us a lie or a platitude to report. Classroom, Class 1A, after the battle trial yesterday. I hope you are well rested. Mr. Aizawa stated, I took a moment to review your grades and evaluation. Bakugo, get over your 7-year-old behavior. Your own skill is being wasted. TCH. I'm aware, Bakugo remarked. Midoriya, control that quirk of yours, and also your emotions, because somehow they affect the power of your quirk. Explained Mr. Aizawa. Yes, sir. Midoriya replied. Let's move on to the homeroom announcements now. I apologize for having to break the news to you all, however. Okay. Quick question. Class 1A. Mr. Aizawa yelled, we need to choose a class representative. Class representative? Something at last that is appropriate for school, everyone yelled. Everyone suddenly began to raise their hands and exclaim, oh, I want to be the class representative. My goal is to become the class representative. Select me. The girl with the headphone jack dangling from her ear, Kyoka Juru, remarked. Oh, you mean the position is for me? Aoyama said, that's like a leader position, right? Kirishima yelled, I want to do it too. Allow me to handle it, Mina yelled. This was akin to the general education course for everyone, and the tasks involved will primarily be routine ones. But I have a suspicion that things might be different here. This is the hero course. Leading the group is probably a better analogy. Undoubtedly a role that will strengthen a person's foundation as a hero more quickly. Midoriya. Sit down, Iida yelled. This is a heavy-duty activity where you have to shoulder and pull the burden of everyone else. It doesn't mean you can accomplish something just because you'd like to. It's a job where people around you have to have faith in you. The only person who truly triumphs over a democratic decision that represents the people's desire. For this reason, a vote must be held to decide this, Iida went on. With that suggestion, he truly is being very ambitious, isn't he? Kirishima exclaimed. It's still too early to have any trust in each other, according to Asui. In addition, each person will choose what's best for himself, Kirishima continued. That's precisely why the candidate who receives the most votes will be qualified for the position, right? Iida clarified. Does that sound okay, Mr. Aizawa? Iida inquired. Anything goes as long as you make your decision by the deadline. Findings. Midoriya Izuku, 3 Momo Yaoyorozu 2. Mashirao Ojiro. I Bakugo Katsuki. I Ajiro Kirishima, I. Koji Koda. I Mazo Shoji, I. Midoriya exclaimed. I got 3 votes? Bakugo yelled, you gotta be shitting me. Who voted for Deku? But who would vote for you? Asked Zero. I hope Bakugo doesn't find out it was me, Uraraka. 0 votes. I see how it is. Of course, since I insisted on the sacredness of the role. Iida grumbled meekly. Yaoyorozu inquired, you voted for somebody else? Even though you wanted to be class rep so bad, what are you doing, Iida? Sato inquired. So then, the class representative will be Midoriya and the assistant class representative will be Yaoyorozu, remarked Mr. Aizawa. Yaoyorozu moaned, aw man, so close, Midoriya exclaimed, FFF for real. Damn, things are heating up for Midoriya. And Yaoyorozu was really cool during the hero analysis, explained Kirishima. Lunch hour, we get all kinds here, huh, the hero course, support course, and management students, all here assembled in the same hall. This rice is so good, Uraraka exclaimed. I was made class rep, so suddenly, I'm not really sure if I am the right one for the job, Midoriya pondered. Of course you are, Deku, said Uraraka. You'll be all right. They got guts and judgment when it counts, Midoriya. I voted for you because I knew you have it in you to carry us through. Iida offered a hug. So it was Iida. Uraraka and Midoriya, but didn't you want to be class rep, Iida? You've got the look down with the glasses too, Uraraka blurted. Uraraka's coincidentally obtuse once in a while, Midoriya. Like I said, mere volition has nothing to do with one's actual stability. I did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter, Iida clarified. Midoriya cried, wow, Iida, you are so proper, yeah, you are always going about honor and stuff. I am really curious about you, Iida. You're from an upper crust family, are you? Upper crust? With Midoriya and Uraraka staring at him bewildered, Iida remarked, I don't like it if it's always brought up. But if I must talk about it, then yes. I am from a family who have been heroes for generations. I am currently the second son, Iida said. Uraraka and Midoriya exclaimed, wow. Iida said, do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Of course, man. That's the super popular hero whose Tokyo office has hired 65 sidekicks. Wait, don't you mean? You're quite knowledgeable, but, yes, Ingenium is my big brother. He's a beloved pro-hero who prizes the rules and guides the people. And I aspire to be a hero like him, one day. As such, I think it might be too soon for me to be in a leadership position. For now, Midoriya is the better man, and he becoming the representative is the right choice. Iida grinned. He rarely smiles, so Midoriya and Uraraka turned to stare at him. Uraraka rambled, I think that's the first time you smiled, Iida. What? I always smile, All the time. So Ingenium to Iida is pretty much All Might for me. Although of course, Midoriya. Wailing in alarm, the three of them said, "The alarm? Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate." Iida questioned the person next to his table, who appeared to be a year or two older than him. "What does security number 3 mean?" "It means someone has infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in 3 years, he said. He said, you should come, now." While everyone was attempting to leave, there were just too many pupils in the hallway. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, stop pushing, or else I'll fall," among the crowd. Uraraka exclaimed, "OWWWWW. What the hell is this all of a sudden?" "This is expected of the pinnacle of education. Their crisis response was swift," replied Iida. Midoriya continued, "It was too quick. It caused the students to panic." The throng carried Midoriya off. "Deku!" exclaimed Uraraka. "Midoriya AAA," was Iida's attempt to grab his hand. Iida thought to himself, "Who on earth? What's this infiltration about?" and attempted to scuttle into the room to peer out the windows at the activity outside. "Isn't that just the media?" he yelled as soon as he realized who it was. "Go bring All Might here, he's gotta be in there." Present Mike exclaimed, "We told you he is off duty. Just a single word from him and we will go away." Mr. Aizawa murmured, "No, once we say something, you'll ask more questions." Present Mike asked Mr. Aizawa, "This is already illegal trespassing. There are technically villains. Is it okay to blow them away now?" "Don't bother, Mike. It'll be the same mixture of fact and fiction that gets written regardless. Let's just wait for the police," Mr. Aizawa replied. Iida was being pushed back by the throng when he exclaimed, "Everyone just calm down, ow. It's nothing to be worried about, it's just the media." Someone in the crowd yelled, "Everyone stop, somebody fell, don't push. This is getting dangerous." "Where are the teachers? Do they have their hands full by just dealing with them?" Iida. "Everybody stop. Go slow," Kirishima yelled into the distance. "Come on guys," exclaimed Kaminari, who was accompanied by Kirishima. "Kirishima. Kaminari. Where are the people who can tell everybody that everything is fine? We've all fallen into a state of panic." Iida. Uraraka sought to get hold of Iida and exclaimed, "Huh? Iida?" "Uraraka," was the reply from Iida. "If I were Midoriya or my brother, at a time like this, Iida." Iida had a scheme. Iida cried out, "Uraraka, make me float." Uraraka and Iida reached for each other, and at last Uraraka touched Iida. "Now for a place to draw everyone's attention," exclaimed Iida as she leapt to float above the throng. Engine boost. Iida circled the area before telling the throng that everything was all right while perched on the exit sign and gripping the pipe. Said, "Everybody calm down. It needs to be clean and concise, but more importantly it needs to be audacious. It's okay. It is just the press. There is nothing to be worried about. You are at UA. Let's conduct ourselves in the manner of the highest hero academia." When the cops did show there, the reporters moved aside. "Goodbye, mass media," exclaimed Present Mike. At last, everything returned to normal, and they resumed their regular classes. Yaoyorozu turned to Midoriya and shouted, "All right, class rep, start us off." It's time to pick the rest of the class officers, but before that I need something to say. I think that Iida would be the better man for this position. After all, you proved yourself by leading everyone back at the lunchroom to calm down. My judgment is that Iida becoming the representative is a good choice," said Midoriya. "Yeah, he's got a point. Iida made a great showing back there at the lunchroom. I wouldn't mind Midoriya either," Kirishima concurred. Kaminari screamed, "He actually reminded me of the guy in the emergency exit signs." Mr. Aizawa sat up from his sleeping bag, drank juice, and exclaimed, "I don't care what you do, just get it over with already." Iida said, "I guess I have no choice but to accept if that is what the class rep wants," when she agreed to take on the role of class representative. Kirishima exclaimed, "Do us proud, Mr. Emergency Exit." Everyone began to join in, saying, "Don't let us down, emergency exit Iida." Principal Nezu and the other educators discovered that the barrier at the school's entrance had collapsed to dust during that period. Could some ordinary reporter have done something like this? Some instigated this. Has some element of evil penetrated the grounds? Perhaps this was intended as a declaration of war, Principal Nezu said. Through the rear entrance of their busy academic lives. Something dark is coming. At Ua High, 12:50 p.m. For the foundational training we'll study today, it was decided you'll be supervised by a three-man team comprising me, All Might and somebody else, explained Mr. Aizawa. It was decided? Might be a special case then, Midoriya. Sensei. What are we going to do? Inquired Zero. To be a hero everyone needs, in natural disasters. We'll be having a rescue training, said Mr. Aizawa. Rescue training? Sounds a bit difficult this time around, Denki replied. Mina said, I know, right? Come on dumbass, that's what a hero's whole job is. I'm chomping at the bit, Kirishima said. If it's a flood, then that environment's my speciality. Kiro. Asui laughed. Mr. Aizawa yelled, don't get ahead of yourselves. This time, you get to choose if you want to wear your hero gear or not. Some of your costumes are probably not adapted to the task at hand. The training area is off campus, so we'll get there by bus, that's all get dressed. Mr. Aizawa concluded. Rescue training. This is training in order to reach my dream, to become a top hero. I'll do my very best. Midoriya. After dressing up in their superhero attire, every student in Class 1A stepped outside. Wow, Deku. I'm surprised that your costume was not damaged during the battle trial, Uraraka said. Well, I asked for fireproof material for my costume. I guess they really are fireproof, but Kachan's were tattered during the last part of the fight, so he's wearing his gym clothes, Midoriya clarified. Damn you, Deku, exclaimed Bakugo. Midoriya cried out, I'm really sorry, Kachan, in response. In order to get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file into 2 lines according to your numbers. Iida gave the instruction. Midoriya said, Iida's at full throttle. When the bus did finally arrive, it wasn't what Iida had anticipated. Iida exclaimed, so it ended up being this kind of bus anyway. Mina consoled Iida, saying, there was still no point, huh? Hey Midoriya, I always have thought about this, Asui replied. Midoriya exclaimed, what, Asui, with shock. Call me Sue. Your quirk really reminds me of Class 1B's Monoma, Asui said. Midoriya questioned, Who's that? Asui responded, he has a quirk called, Copy. Kirishima yelled, no way. Midoriya can manipulate quirks and enhance them. His quirk is stronger. I'm really jealous of your quirk, Midoriya. It's very powerful. There is a lot you can do with it, and it's really flashy too. My hardening quirk isn't bad for punch-ups, but I hate that it's not just flashy, Kirishima yelled. Midoriya remarked, well, I think it is an awesome quirk. Definitely be used for a pro. Pros, but you know, heroics has a lot about it that's more like a popularity contest too, right? Mina mumbled. My naval laser is both flashy and strong, perfect for being a pro hero, Aoyama said. But it is really bad if you keep getting stomach aches once you use it too much. Mina laughed. Aoyama felt ashamed. If we're talking about flashed and strong, you can't not mention Bakugo and Todoroki, Kirishima yelled. TCH. Bakugo's always angry, so I don't think he would be popular, Asui said. Bakugo yelled, you bitch, I'll be popular too. See? It's only been a brief while since our socialization has commenced and yet we already have been made apodictically cognizant of your personality, redolent as it is of a turd getting steamed in a sewer, stated Kaminari. What the fuck is that kind of vocabulary? I'll fucking kill you. Oh no, Kachan's being teased. I can't believe this, that's Ua for you, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu said, what a vulgar conversation. Uraraka laughed, but they make me laugh too. Kirishima said, Wow, Bakugo, you are such a foul-mouthed dude. Mr. Aizawa yelled, shut up, settle down, we are almost there. Yes sir, was exclaimed by everybody. After getting off the bus, everyone went to find someone dressed like an astronaut. They exclaimed, hey everyone, I've been waiting for you. Everyone, this is 13, the other person who will guide us through our rescue training, cried Mr. Aizawa. Wow. It's the space hero. 13. The hero who does phenomenal work helping with disaster relief, Midoriya murmured. Uraraka yelled, wow, I've always liked 13, everyone exclaimed, wow, is this like Universal Studios Japan? Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, 13 shouted. Class 1A. It's USJ. Mr. Aizawa said, hey, 13. Where's All Might? He should be here. 13 held up 3 fingers and murmured, from what I was told, it looks as though he'd been out heroing while commuting up until his time was up. Now he's resting in the nap room. That guy's the height of irrational. The day's not ruined, though. We have a backup plan. Oh shall we start? Replied Mr. Aizawa. Before we begin, just one thing. Or 2, or 3, or 4. They're increasing. Class 1A. I'm sure, you know, but my quirk is called black hole. No matter what material may get sucked up into its vortex, it will turn to dust. Uraraka was nodding her head back and forth as Midoriya exclaimed, yeah, that's a quirk perfect for removing wreckage and saving people injured by disasters. Yes, however, a quirk that could easily kill people. Some of you has quirk like that too. Naturally, in this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated, and the requirements for their lawful use enforced. We can tell at a glance that this is the makeup of this world. That being said, please don't forget that each of you possesses a quirk that can go awry. One wrong step and it could kill one, easily. During Mr. Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, you learned of your respective powers' true potential. And during All Might's battle trial, I think you took away a true sense of the dangers of brandishing those powers against one another. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's get studying about how to wield our quirks for the sake of human lives. Your quirks do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having understood that your quirks exist to help people. That is all. You have my gratitude for listening so intently and patiently. Uraraka cried out, that was awesome. Iida clapped his hands together, bravo. Bravo. For the motivational speech that number 13 had given them. Speaking for a while, Mr. Aizawa said, all right, first things first. The lights began to flicker. In the center, something shaped like a violet vortex began to take shape. Midoriya exclaimed, Mr. Aizawa, what is that? Mr. Aizawa turned to face back and noticed a hand emerging. It was an individual. He wore prosthetic hands on his legs, limbs, and face. Mr. Aizawa cried, huddle together and do not move. 13. Protect the students. What is that? Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam? Kirishima responded. Who are they? Almost all of them are giving black and red auras. Are they? No. They can't be. Midoriya. More villains were emerging from the violet vortex, screaming, don't move. Those are villains. It wasn't a violet vortex, it was a human. Eraserhead and 13. Mr. All Might was supposed to be here, according to the schedule we procured yesterday, and yet. Mr. Aizawa said, I knew it, so yesterday was the doing of you villains. Where is he? We went through all of this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might. The symbol of peace is not here. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill his students. The antagonist who initially emerged from the vortex said. The pro-heroes were battling these foes, and on that particular day, they were up against a malice of outrageous proportions. How did the villains breach the security of UA? More and more villains are surfacing and becoming visible. As Mr. Aizawa, Eraserhead, prepared himself, donning his goggles and the materials that resembled fibers, perhaps better described as a scarf, began to float, His hair began to stand up, and he gave the order for pupils 13 to leave. Kirishima said, displaying a look of shock, "Are you kidding me? Villains? There is no way they can get through a hero school?" Yaoyorozu is quite uncomfortable as villains. Yes, real-life villains who the pro-heroes have battled, have entered their classroom. "Sensei, what about the trespasser censors?" he asks. "Of course we have them, but the number 13 was interrupted." Yaoyorozu and Iida were both horrified, having never imagined such a thing could occur. Then he began to murmur, did they simply come here, or around the grounds? In any case, in the event that the censors aren't reacting, at that point perhaps they have somebody who has the quirk to do as such. This is a region far away from the main grounds, yet during when a class should be here. They may be fools, yet they aren't moronic. This unexpected assault was deliberately arranged in view of a type of objective. Then everyone began to feel uneasy, perhaps frightened. Mr. Aizawa assigned 13 to begin the evacuation, perplexed as to how the villains had broken into the USJ. Additionally, he asked Kaminari to try getting in touch with the school, which led him to wonder if this was a quirk related to a quirk similar to a radio wave. "Mr. Aizawa B, but shouldn't something be said about you? You are going to battle without anyone else? Indeed, even with that many, regardless of whether you can erase their quirks. Eraserhead's battling style is catching after erasing the adversary's quirk. A frontal fight is..." Midoriya asked but was interrupted by Mr. Aizawa. "You can't be a hero if you only have one trick." Mr. Eyes, the jerk, leapt to a great height and began removing his elongated scarf, which was composed of carbon fibers and a unique metal alloy. The villain with the dark gray helmet and rifle muzzles in all 10 fingers said, "Shooting squad, let's go. Didn't our intelligence say it would just be 13 in all might? Who's that?" The semi-grizzled villain with gray hair began to rise. Eraserhead raced towards the trio of villains, with the most bloated looking of them all wearing a light-colored full-body costume and some sort of gas mask. His eyes turned red as he stared into the villains' goggles and erased their peculiarities. This was Eraserhead's power. "Erasure, please." The villain with the gun muzzles for fingers attempted to fire, but was unable to do so. The villain with the gray braided hair began to spill all over her face. The chubby green guy was unable to simply use his quirk. The three were restrained from moving or fighting after Eraserhead wrapped the scarf around them, twisted it in the middle, drew them all together, and forcefully bumped heads with one another. The question is, was this sufficient to stop the fighting? When one of the villains revealed to them that it was Erasure hero Eraserhead, the others were dumbfounded and appeared terrified. The villain, who has grayish skin and 4 arms, said, "Erase? Are you gonna erase the quirk of villains who has mutant types, like us?" As he ran towards him, Eraserhead responded, sidestepping the villain's blow and landing a forceful punch to his face when he saw a gap in his defense. "No, I can't," pulling it back and letting it fly, then catching it with his scarf, and bending back, he blocked a villain's attempt to punch him because his reflexes were too quick. Once he regained his balance, he kicked the villain in the face who was trying to strike him from behind, pushing him aside in favor of others behind him. Eraserhead tossed away his scarf, still enmeshed in it, the villain. His hair fell back, indicating that he was no longer using his quirk. The main antagonist was carefully examining Eraserhead's quirk, reasoning that he excels in close-quarters fighting and that it's difficult to tell whose quirk he's erasing because he wears goggles. He keeps beating up the bad guys in his line of sight, trying to erase their quirks if he can. As Midoriya continued to make mental notes regarding the hero's talents, he analyzed in his brain, "Mr. Aizawa's really good at fighting against a lot of people, huh?" "Midoriya, this is no time for analysis," Iida said. "Hurry up and take shelter." Midoriya started to leave the USJ after leaving the class. The vortex that resembled Violet, the villain, began to materialize in front of them, keeping them from escaping. It said, "I won't let you." Eraser realized he had made a mistake and said, "Shit." The minute I blinked and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away, in his mind. He can't go back up and save them since he got swept up in the fighting below. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be rude of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, Ua High School. In order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. It spoke once more. Midoriya began to shake, saying, "Huh? I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been a change of plans? Here or not here, that is the part one am to play." 13 unzipped the finger that resembled a muzzle on his suit and got ready to use his oddity, but... Ha! Kirishima and Bakugo both yelled as they leapt together to repel it. Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion. Kirishima whispered, "Didn't you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it?" Although Midoriya was shielding his eyes from the explosion's smoke, it appears. Had it made it through? Reorganizing to regain its form. Is there something around his neck, like a choker? He remarked cynically, "Oh dear, that dangerous. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs." 13 yelled, "This is bad, move away you two. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death." With a strong wind, the violet mist was beginning to blanket the entire class, causing them to hide their eyes. However, this did not stop Iida from removing as many individuals as she could from it. Iida looked around and saw that it had taken the shape of a dome, separating them from the other students. As Midoriya emerged, she was taken to the shipwreck area. As he plummeted into the ocean, he wondered, a warp? Asking himself, they want to kill All Might. What is going on? He began to swim to the surface. Midoriya sensed that a villain was approaching, swimming quickly in his direction, but before he could react with his peculiarity, it was already heading straight for him. "Here he comes," he exclaimed. It said, "It's nothing personal against you, but see ya." Someone kicked it before it got to Midoriya. Asui was the one, Midoriya-chan. With her tongue outstretched, she plucked Midoriya and pulled him into the ship. She started to scale the ship's walls. Suyu Asui. Quirk. Frog. She could basically do whatever a frog can. "Thanks, Asui," shouted Midoriya. Asusu said, "Call me, Su." However, this has become a really dire situation, she added. Yeah. What the villain had said earlier, that All Might should have been here, Midoriya murmured. They knew Yue's schedule. Looking at the bigger picture, those guys must have set up the media intrusion the other day to get information. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki said. They are really trying their best to have a way to kill him. When Su stated it, Midoriya was taken aback. Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death. I wonder if we will be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might does come, I wonder if we're going to make it out in one piece. I think you're too dark, Asu, I meant Su. Su cried out, "Hero," as the bad guys in the shipwreck area approached them. He said, "You bastard, I'll kill you, Su, cover me for a bit." "What are you doing, Midoriya-chan?" "Checking how many are here." Aura manipulation. Spatial awareness. There are 15 or 16 villains in the shipwreck zone. But Midoriya-chan, I thought you could sense only up to a 100-meter radius? I thought so too. Apparently, I could sense even as far as the main campus, but I need to concentrate, and it takes too much of my stamina. Aura control. Awareness of space. One of Midoriya's unique moves. He has a very extensive range of awareness for humans and animals, but the farther it is, the more energy it takes. Thinking of ways to defeat the villains, Midoriya murmured to himself, "Those guys really have a way to defeat All Might. Su's right. I couldn't think of any other possibility. But why? Is it because he is a person who deters villains and evil? Or is it because he is the only symbol of peace? If those guys really has a way of defeating All Might, then right now, we should be stopping whatever they are planning," Midoriya stated to Su. By winning and fighting, the earth was beginning to freeze and reveal ice. It's Todoroki, freezing every villain simultaneously at the zone of landslides. With whom is he with? Nobody. Whoa, did he beat them all? With oneself? Todoroki advised the criminals, get a hold of yourself. It's really pathetic to lose against a single child. Hua! Bakugo exclaimed, launching an explosive projectile and driving it aside. He's within the zone of collapse alongside Kirishima. Juru and Kaminari alongside Yaoyorozu in the mountain zone. In the fire zone, Ojiro. Within the squall zone with Tokiyami and Koji. And around the entryway, in Class 1A as well, in addition to the Violet Mist villains' 13 fights. Iida exclaimed, is everyone still here? We're still dispersed around, but we're all inside the premises, Mazo responded, use his duple arms to sense his surroundings. He has the ability to attack people with a warp in space. Zero proclaimed, and he can become intangible too. Talk about hard to handle. Class Rep. 13 students yelled, I entrust this to you. Please dash as fast as you can back to the school and relay the following. Somehow, the alarms never triggered and our phones have lost reception. Our alarms operate by infrared rays. In spite of Eraserhead canceling quirks down below, their continued deactivation is still likely the work of someone with an interfering quirk, who wasted no time hiding themselves. So in order to smoke that person out, you must bolt and inform the school of our situation. But it would be a disgrace to their class if the class representative were to be banned. He said go. Iida. Sato responded, alert the outside of what's going on. There's gotta be a reason they made sure to cause their trouble here. And that means they won't chase after you if you make it out. Zero continued, use those legs of yours and kick free of that black mist. Use your quirk to save others, exclaimed 13. Iida pressed his hands to his face, trying not to cry. It's like that time in the lunchroom. Besides, we can back them up as support like nobody's business. Promise. Ochako soothed Iida. Everyone exclaimed, Class Rep, you are our best hope. The Black Mist mumbled, attempting to prevent Iida from leaving. I may or may not be able to stop him, but still, I am surprised there are still simpletons among us who would spout off their plans while in the company of their enemies. Isn't it obvious? We let you hear us because it's not a problem if you know, 13 screamed. Shipwreck zone. Those bastards down there. They're obviously all about underwater battle, mumbled Midoriya. So they must have studied the layout of USJ beforehand and gathered people with that in mind, huh? Tsuyu said. Exactly. They stocked up the information for the attack, but for a bunch of guys who prepared so meticulously, there's something fully odd about their behavior. They sent. You hear Asui, I mean Su. Tsuyu gazed at Midoriya, but he maintained an odd expression. Continue at your preferred pace. Right, Midoriya said. Su, in other words, they don't know what our quirks are. It's true. I am basically a frog. So I know, getting tossed into that fire zone wouldn't have looked fun for me, Tsuyu clarified. It's because they don't have intel on our quirks. That they separated, and their strategy now is to assault us with sheer numbers. They've got us beat both in numbers and experience. We have only one key to victory. Our one advantage is that they have no clue what our quirks can do. They haven't tried coming aboard ship. That also substantiates my hypothesis. As Tsuyu and Midoriya gradually became closer, they shared benefits, drawbacks, and the potential of their peculiarities. I can leap fairly high. I can clamber up walls. My tongue can lash up to a length of 20 meters. And I can inflate my stomach outwards. It's lined with poisonous mucus. Well, not really poisonous so much as somewhat stinging, and I can secrete it. Tsuyu went on to say, the latter two are probably useless, so you can forget those. I half expected all of that, but you are pretty strong. Midoriya grumbled, you might know my quirk now, but it's a quirk where I could copy, enhance, and manipulate quirks, but I could only copy 5 at a time, and it should be emitter and transformation only, and can make me sense and see people's aura. Now the quirks I have in store are Ochako's zero gravity, Kachan's explosion, Death Arm's quirk, and Mr. Aizawa's erasure. As Mr. Aizawa said, the power and strength will sometimes matter what I am feeling. The ship was split in two in the span of a single glance. It was one of the bad guy's peculiarities. Suyu exclaimed, "What insane power!" He split the ship. In order to stay out of the water, Midoriya grabbed her hand. Midoriya yelled, "Su, we have to fight if we want to win. It's now or never." Sarcastically, one of the villains remarked, "Ooh, we are so scared." Hey now. Letting your guards down is the only sin according to Mr. Shigaraki, remember? Don't judge by their ages, judge by their quirks. That's just common sense. I can assure you our quirks have the advantage underwater. Thinking of a means to take them all out, Midoriya said, "What would Kachan do?" "Ah. Exclaimed Midoriya, turning to face the water with his palms up, releasing an enormous explosion that was larger than any of Bakugo's typical blasts. The villains were drawn towards the center as a result of the explosion spreading the water. "Su. Gather them together. Kiro." With his hands clasped together, Midoriya displayed a green glow at the tips of his fingers. "Ha!" Midoriya hurled the baddies as far as he could because they were essentially weightless. Release. With a massive explosion, Midoriya destroyed the enemies. Suyu leapt out of the shipwreck area and extended her tongue, encircling Midoriya's tummy. At last they reached the coast. Then Midoriya began to murmur, "It was lucky we beamed all of them. That was an insane gamble we took back there. Normally you'd think they would have a bunch of people hiding underwater. I guess they weren't acting as cautiously as they thought they were. Still, that was too close for comfort. From now on, we need to be more discreet, more prudent." "Stop that mumbling, Midoriya. It's scaring me." Suyu responded, "Anyway, shouldn't be deciding what to next." "You're right. I suppose for the time being, our number one priority should be calling for help. If things go our way, we can just follow the waterside to the exit, avoiding the central plaza altogether." This was both the first real battle and the first victory for Midoriya. Is it truly a victory, though? In the center plaza, Mr. Eraserhead, continues to battle the villains. Suyu and Midoriya made every effort to avoid getting involved in the conflict, occasionally spotting action from a distance. Aura manipulation. Spatial awareness. Midoriya exclaimed in his head as he attempted to calculate the number of more baddies. "Su, there are more villains. How did you know?" "I used aura manipulation. Mr. Aizawa is really overexerting himself. Just to save us, we should help him. Su, I'm thinking. Midoriya-chan, it's too dangerous. If we can just find an opening and lessen Mr. Aizawa's load, even a little. We had just had our first win in our first battle. That is where we are mistaken. We were under the illusion that our powers could actually work against the enemy." Zone of landslides, Todoroki yelled, "Scatter and kill us, huh?" As he released his breath and a mist of chilly air emerged. Todoroki grumbled as he approached the landslip location. "I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirk they didn't know what to do with." One of the villains cried out, terrified and frozen, This guy. The instant we warped here." As he cries in agony, one of them asked, "Is he really a kid?" "Where is he?" Todoroki asked himself as he proceeded below, gathering more thoughts in his mind. One of the bad guys escaped. With a pole in hand, ready to take on Todoroki. He avoided gripping the pole and stopped everything, including the villain. From what I had really seen, there were only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people. Todoroki keeps wondering, if that is the case, then the next step I should take is... "Hey, at this rate your cells will slowly die." Todoroki blurted, frightening the villains for their lives. "I want to be a hero. I'd like to avoid something so cruel if possible. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? What is your plan?" He slowly raised his hand to the villain's face, and a cold mist began to emerge from it. Zone of mountains. The villain was genuinely trying to punch Kaminari to the ground as he dodged his attack. "Scary. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx. Seriously. What the heck are they trying to do? What the hell is going on?" Kaminari said. Together with Juru and Yaoyorozu, Momo uses her quirky creations to construct weapons against the bad guys. Juru mumbled, preserving a position that could fight off the bad guys. Worry about that later. They were numerous. How are they going to accomplish this? Right now, we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people, Juru went on. Kaminari yelled, then give me a weapon, too. You're the electric guy, right? Then deal with these guys, using that. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge it, but it's not like I can control it. I will hit you guys, too. It's like, you know, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jam in the signal. Listen, right now, you cannot count on me. I'm counting on you. Juru answered, you're a guy, stop whining. The same villain who had been attacking Denki moments before began to sidestep his blows. Juru screamed, I'll use you as a human stun gun, and kicked the villain in the direction of him. The villain was completely engulfed in yellow sparks that suddenly appeared, leaving him astonished. Kaminari stammered, oh, it worked. You too can count on me. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky. Stop messing around, kids, cried a villain brandishing a large boulder. Juru then reached out and extended the headphone sockets that were hanging from her ears to these makeshift speakers, emitting a loud, unpleasant sound, but it also makes the boulder fall. A villain attempted to leap Kaminari, but Momo stopped it in its tracks by making a net and tossing it in his direction, capturing it. The fact that Kaminari was the destination for both villains indicates that they are also beginning to receive electricity. Momo yelled, you two need to take this seriously. Juru answered, sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time. Kyoya Juru. Quirk. Earphone jack. She can amplify and send her own explosively heartbeat by inserting her plugs. She can also catch very quiet sound and stuff. Juru continued to enhance her sound and yelled, Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order. Towards the villains in front. A villain suddenly leapt from above, and Juru tried to avoid him and swing her sword, but she missed. Momo lunged in and gave the villain a kick. Done! Exclaimed Momo. Huh? To make something big, Momo's garment began to come off just from the back, revealing a large sheet or blanket. It takes some time. The villains mistook it for a shield, which baffled them. She said, it's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari. Kaminari grinned, knowing just what he should do. Letting off a powerful and massive wave of electricity, he exclaimed, in that case I can be really strong. Now then, I am worried about the others. Let's join them, replied Momo. Juru exclaimed, wait, your clothes got super punk, as Yaoyorozu's costume was being torn off. Even out front, showcasing her. But you know what? I can make them again. Momo Yaoyorozu. Quirk. Creation. She can create any non-living thing. What makes this possible is her vast knowledge and understanding of the molecular structure of materials. Juru yelled, Kaminari. Don't look this way. They spotted Kaminari as they peered through the sheet, but his mind went blank. Thus, he is allowed to act foolishly for a bit. Denki Kaminari. Quirk. Electrification. He can release electricity, but if he goes over his watt limits, his brain short-circuits, and he can become a huge idiot for a while. Momo and Juru both began to emerge from the sheet. However, they were blind to the fact that another criminal was hiding underground. Central Plaza. Tsuyu and Midoriya were slyly observing from the shore next to Central Plaza. Tsuyu muttered, Midoriya-san, we're gonna peek out only, right? Kiro. Midoriya answered, yeah. They witnessed Eraserhead swinging his scarf from one location to another and taking out an increasing number of enemies. The man with the prosthetic hands on his neck, face, arms, and legs began racing towards Eraserhead while counting. Eraserhead began to toss his scarf, but the antagonist ducked. When he got closer and the villain's countdown was almost over, Eraserhead finally nudged his abdomen. But what was this? The villain put his palm to it to halt it. Eraserhead gave a blink. He mentally yelled, "Damn." The villain murmured, "It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant when your hair falls, that's when you finished an action." Eraserhead's costume began to fall apart in the villain's hand, and the skin around his elbows began to crack, revealing the muscles that were close to them. On Midoriya and Tsuyu's expressions, shock was evident. Punching his way back, Eraserhead began to leap away. He was buried in thought, saying, "My elbow's crumbling." A villain began to charge at him from behind, but he sidestepped it. The adversary keeps attacking, but he keeps dodging and clinging to his left elbow. "That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it?" The antagonist said. "Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your student at ease?" Villains are coming at Eraserhead from all sides, but he keeps avoiding them as he gasps for breath. "By the way, hero, I am not the last boss." His back gave way to a large, muscular monster-like villain. What's strange about this is that his brain is visible. It began to extend its hand in his direction, tearing off his goggles and spraying him with blood. Midoriya's expression began to darken, fearing every blow the evil would deliver. Close to the USJ entry, as 13 continues to use his quirk, Black Hole, to suck up the villain, but the villain started to warp the effects of it to 13's rear, pulling him in, making him crumble to dust too. The faces of the students who were with 13, their faces, they looked terrified. He turned his quirk off, but a part of his body was turned to dust. "HEG got me," he cried out. "Sensei," Mina shouted. "Iida, run!" Sato shouted. Iida's face turned from terrified to somewhat a worried but determined face as he remembered what 13 had said. "Use your quirk to save others." Iida started to run for the gate, but the villain turned back and saw him, forming another warp gate in front of Iida. He tries to stop, then Shoji covers the warp gate, making him run away. "Hurry!" Shoji shouted. Iida continues to run off. The villain tries to catch him, but seems like Uraraka found the choker-like thing on his neck. Villains, something Class 1A hasn't seen like yet. Mountain Zone, the hidden villain from Underground, had shown up. Momo, Jiru, and Denki had thought it was over. Denki cannot be at any help now. Central Plaza, I'll tell you, Eraserhead. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bio-engineered Nomu. The villain muttered. The Nomu he was calling it was holding Eraserhead down. He cannot move. It started to shriek, letting out the most annoying sound as possible. Collapse zone. Die. Bakugo shouted, letting out an explosion blowing out the villains. While Kirishima is fighting another villain through hand-to-hand combat, and eventually making it pass out. "Is this all of them? They're all so weak," Bakugo blurted. "All right. Let's hurry up and save the others," Kirishima muttered. "If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ, too. I'm worried about the guys with the less offensive ability. Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed Mr. 13 down. If he had been able to suck up that fog, then this wouldn't have happened. As men, we have to take responsibility for what we did," Kirishima continued. "If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm gonna kill that warp gate." "Huh? You're gonna act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks are?" "Shut up!" Bakugo shouted. "That gate bastard is the enemy's way in and out. I'm gonna cut off their getaway route from when time comes. It's not like we don't have a way to fight the fog." "Stop your chit-chatting. Since you have left your guard down," a villain who was camouflaged shouted. Though it was very ineffective as fuck. Bakugo took them through its head, and exploded it. It easily passed out. "Anyway, if these small fries are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone will be fine, right?" Bakugo said. "Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? I thought you were more like, die, shiny?" "Oh I'm always calm and rational, you spiky-haired punk," Bakugo shouted. "Obviously, not calm and rational." "Yeah, more like that. Anyway, trusting in our friends. That's very manly," I'll follow you, Kirishima exclaimed. Fire Zone. As the villains continued to find Ojiro, one of them complained, "Damn it, he's so fast." One of them ran to find him. Ojiro was hanging from a pole of some sort using his tail, and headbutt the villain. He swung as far away from them. First, I need to make sure I'm not caught by the enemy, he thought. Squall Zone. Found you, the villains shouted, as he found Koda, but as they were running towards him, Tokiyami's dark shadow swept IM smash the villains in the near wall of the alley. That makes 6. Tokiyami said, raising a thumbs up to Koda, if we can just reduce enemy numbers little by little until help comes. Near the entrance, Iida continues to run towards the entrance. The villain catches up, but as he did, Uraraka was already holding the metal thing in his neck and floated him up, leaving Iida free to run towards the exit. If he wears something like this, that means he has a physical body. Uraraka shouted and throwing the fog away from Iida, "Go Iida-kun." Iida forces the door open and finally, he got out and dashed towards the main campus. Central Plaza, the Nomu continues to torture Eraserhead, breaking his arms. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. The villain said. Eraserhead tries to erase his quirk, but the Nomu overwhelms him and broke his arms again. It's like he's breaking a twig. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he's just that strong. The Nomu raised his head and smashed it into the ground. He's as strong as All Might. The Warp Gate villain then appeared beside the other villain. Tamura Shigaraki. The Violet Mist muttered. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Shigaraki asked. I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse and one of them was able to run away. Huh? Shigaraki started to scratch his neck from anger. Kurogiri, if you weren't a Warp Gate, I would have crushed you into pieces. He stopped. We cannot win against dozen of pros. It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home, he muttered. I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu gushed. Yeah. Midoriya responded. For them to simply retreat after doing all this. Don't they want to kill All Might? If they leave like this, UA will just beef up their security. Game over. What are those guys planning? Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace. Shigaraki dashed down towards Tsuyu and Midoriya reaching his hand out towards Tsu. Midoriya realized what Shigaraki's quirk can do, disintegrating whatever he touches. Let go! Midoriya shouted, erasing his quirk by touching it and letting out an explosion to distract him. TCH. You are really cool, Eraserhead. That wasn't him. It was me. Now, let her go. Midoriya tried to reach out to him again, but the Nomu swept in, but Midoriya was trying to make Shigaraki float. Which means, the Nomu is floating, and weightless. Midoriya threw the Nomu towards the ceiling and once he reached the top Midoriya shouted, release. Holding his hands together deactivating zero gravity. The Nomu fell but didn't do anything to the Nomu. Midoriya once again, let out the explosion the same he did during the battle combat, making the villains unable to see. Midoriya. Eraserhead shouted. Do not mess with Ua, again. Midoriya slowly approached the Nomu. It tried to stop Midoriya, but once he touched him, the Nomu crumbled into dust. Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu shouted. Don't come near Tsu. Help, Eraserhead out. Kiro. You damn child. Shigaraki shouted. Midoriya raised his hand facing his palm towards Shigaraki, letting out a big explosion blowing Shigaraki away. Kurogiri. Shigaraki tried to warp himself towards Midoriya, but he just can't. Once he touches him, he will decay too. Do not mess with Uahai, ever again. Midoriya shouted again. Making Tsuyu and Eraserhead faces were shocked. Everyone near the entrance saw what happened below the central plaza. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Midoriya to defeat real villains. Guys, did you just see that? Zero exclaimed. Did Midoriya just single-handedly beat all those villains? Sato muttered. He and everyone there were shocked, even 13. Don't be scared, because I am here, All Might shouted as he arrived through the main door, but was shocked when had seen what had happened. More villains were going to attack Midoriya, but they can't do any damage to him, as he was really overpowered. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki had arrived in the scene too. They had seen what Midoriya had done. They were all shocked. Deku. How did you fucking do that? Bakugo shouted. Stay away, Kachan. Midoriya shouted. Huh? Bakugo, don't come near him, at least not yet. Eraserhead shouted. He's trying to overcome his quirk, his emotions mess with his quirk. Eraser continued. They are escaping. Midoriya shouted. A bullet suddenly hit Shigaraki's hand. Kurogiri was trying to protect Shigaraki. 2 bullets also hit in the mountain zone where Denki, Momo, and Kyoka was, hitting the other villain who hid. The teachers were finally here with Iida. Sorry, everyone, we were late, Principal Nezu exclaimed. I, class representative of Class 1A, Tenya Iida, have now returned, Iida shouted. Split up and protect the students, Principal Nezu blurted. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya called out. He erased his quirk to stop him from hurting others. He fainted. The kid isn't here anymore. Kurogiri. Shigaraki shouted. Shigaraki, calm yourself, we cannot do anything else. Kurogiri answered. Both Kurogiri and Shigaraki have escaped, through Warp Gate. What the pros deal with, what they fight against, the world of evil, that was an experience Class 1A was not ready for yet. My goodness, I can't believe we let them escape after they made such a big show of trespassing. Midnight Sensei gushed. They left us completely unguarded, huh? Principal Nezu muttered. More importantly, we must make sure our students are safe. If this many pros are gathered here, then it looks like they didn't attack the whole school. Todoroki muttered, but even so, I think Midoriya had it. Bakugo was pissed. Midoriya started to wake up, and saw. All Might? No, it looks like All Might but skinny. Midoriya. Kirishima started running towards Midoriya. Oh no. Midoriya had seen me, in my true form, All Might shouted. Kirishima-kun and All Might? Midoriya shouted. Cementos had finally got there and made a wall between Kirishima and All Might. We want to make sure that all the students are safe, so please gather in front of the gate. We'll deal with the injured here. That makes sense. Roger that, Kirishima blurted and started running towards the gate. Cementos. Quirk, cement. He can manipulate the cement he touches like clay. He's super strong in modern society. All Might? Why are you like that? Midoriya asked. Oh shit. Midoriya noticed. All Might shouted in thought. Young Midoriya, I'll explain later. Gather in the front gate, and don't tell anyone, All Might said. Yes, sir. Midoriya started to walk towards the gate passing Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima. League of Villains HQ, Shigaraki and Kurogiri arrived in their headquarters, a bar? I was shot in the arm and leg. We were completely defeated. Even Nomu was defeated, because of that fucking kid. Shigaraki shouted. Who? A voice in a monitor asked. I don't know who he was, but he was called Midoriya. We underestimated them, Master. Shigaraki continued. Where is my Nomu? Was he retrieved? The voice asked again. No, he was decayed. Shigaraki shouted. By who? That Midoriya kid. He must have a copy quirk. No, if he has a copy quirk, he should have decayed it through his 5 fingers. Not his body. Once the Nomu touched him, it started to decay. After all we did to make him as powerful as All Might? Well, it's supposed it cannot be helped. Outside of USJ.16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The police officer said. Hagakure pat Ojiro on the shoulders. Wait, where was she in Aoyama? I heard you were fired up this time. I heard you were strong this time, Hagakure gushed. I thought everyone was strong. I survived by using hit and run tactics. Where were you, Hagakure? Ojiro asked. In the landslide area, Todoroki was super strong. I was surprised. Anyway, I'm glad you weren't hurt. She was there? I almost freezed her. Todoroki was shocked. Deku-kun, are you okay? Uraraka approached him. Oh yeah, I'm great, Deku answered her. Midoriya, I heard you defeated that boss villain. Kaminari shouted. Oh, thanks. No one was injured but 13 and Eraserhead, the police officer explained. Are they okay? Uraraka asked. They're both stable, don't be worried. For the first time ever, Class 1A had fought villains, and won. Midoriya was also escorted to the nurse's office to check for injuries. There he finally asked All Might. All Might. So what's the story? Midoriya was a bit scared asking All Might, the #1 hero, his secret. All Might raises his shirt. Midoriya saw a gruesome injury and maybe something that has been troubling All Might for months. It's a result of one fight with a villain. His name is All for One. This injury has damaged some of my internal organs, and that form you have seen me in is only for a limited amount of time. All Might explain. I see. But it's very unusual for you to work here at UA. Why did you work here as a teacher? Midoriya asked more questions. Guess I couldn't dodge that question, huh? All Might added. Midoriya was confused. I was looking for a successor, as All Might put bluntly. For what? My quirk, it was passed from me from generation to generation, expected to cultivate and be stronger, to defeat this villain. This quirk allows the user to stockpile an enormous amount of raw power, allowing them to significantly enhance all of their physical abilities to a superhuman level. This results in unbelievable levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. This was the main objective of One for All. During the sludge villain incident, I saw you coming up to fight that villain. I was really moved, but as I have seen that you had already had a strong quirk, and single-handedly defeated that villain. If I have given you this quirk, you may be the strongest hero in Japan, or maybe the whole world. Midoriya's face slightly frowned. Oh, I never thought it was like that. Midoriya Shonen, don't feel bad. Even if you won't receive this quirk of mine, you really are strong. You can easily copy this quirk and make it stronger if I am not mistaken. Midoriya's face lit up, giving him an idea. Can I, All Might? Young Midoriya, not now. If you would, you can destroy this office, not to mention this can bring you recoils, and may be very damaging. Oh okay, All Might. Recovery Girl was there too. Midoriya didn't notice at first, but when he finally did, he shouted and warned All Might. All Might, is she okay, hearing all of this? Yes. The police officer from the USJ came inside. All Might? Is it okay for him to see you like this? Midoriya shouted. Yes, don't be worried, Midoriya Shonen. All Might consoled. Hey, All Might, long time no see, the police officer greeted. He is Naomasa Tsukachi. He is my best friend in the police department. Tsukachi grinned. Haha, what kind of introduction is that? Sorry to be coming here so suddenly, but I need Midoriya's testimony about the villain especially. Wait, hold on. Before we get into that, are all the students okay? What about Aiza, Eraserhead and 13? Tsukachi sighed. Honestly, if that boy wasn't there, Eraserhead's injury might be more severe, and 13 are not in threatening danger for the time being. That's so. However, you've got one thing wrong, Tsukachi. All the students fought bravely and gave it their all. They experienced true battle at such a young age and survived. Tell me, do you know any other high school freshmen who have faced such a terror? Who have truly faced the perils of the world of adults? They showed those villains for the idiots they are, and the students of 1A will make fine heroes, All Might explained. UA conference room. The night after the USJ incident, the teachers were having a meeting, along with Naomasa Tsukachi, cracking the mystery of the villain's true shape. I did a thorough search for the name, Shigaraki, and for his quirk that seems to entail disintegrating whatever he touches. I scored the quirk registration records of every citizen in their 20s or 30s, but I couldn't find anything like it. It's the same story for the man with Warpgate quirk. His name is Kurogiri. Sukachi explained, going through the papers he brought. Either they were never hit by census, or they are simply aliases. In any case, they are, for all intents and purposes, shadow people. They never handed in their quirk registration forms. One of the pro-heroes there, Snipe, started to speak up. So long story short, we've got nothing to go on. And once the ringleader, Shigaraki, was it? Heals from those wounds, he'll give us some more grief for sure. The ringleader, All Might muttered. All Might, what is it? Principal Nezu asked. It only just came to mind that was a fairly daring plan. Under normal circumstances they wouldn't have gone through with it. Never mind the meticulousness of their preparations. All Might continued, we're talking about someone who, out of nowhere, rattled some dumb irrational logic that seemed coherent on the surface. Plus, he didn't reveal anything about his own quirk, and we didn't even know what that Nomu thing's quirk. And when things aren't going his way, it's like he gets downright sick in the head. Nevertheless, discarding the keeping their quirks concealed in a war against heroes was very foolish on their part. Principal Nezu claimed, an absurd, fallacious line of reasoning that appears to have the ring of the truth at first glance, the pride they seem to take in their possessions. The overly simplistic view of things that led them to their plan would go smoothly, and their handling of their scheme. If you take all of these things into consideration, then this Shigaraki that begins to present itself is, well, it's as though he's got a toddler's sense of feeling like he can do whatever he wants, like some kind of man-child. You mean he's just a kid with a power, or something? Vlad King shouted, one of the pro-heroes in the meeting, and the homeroom teacher of Class 1B. Midnight muttered, he might not have received the same quirk counseling in elementary school like the other kids. And, what does all this have to do with anything? Vlad King bespoke. We rounded up 71 villains at the USJ the other day. Sukachi muttered. Vlad King exclaimed. They were all third-rate thugs. The types who would skulk in back alleys. The problem is that they all seemed to swear allegiance to that man-child, and followed him without question, each to the man. Everyone looked at him, listening to every word he's saying, in this age filled to the hilt with heroes. Evil doers have felt the pressure on them intensity with time, and they may have felt attracted to his more innocent, simple-minded brand of evil. Guess there's tons of people who don't know what to do with their quirk, huh? All Might had thought. Well, heroes have also been invaluable with our being able to give conducting proper searches and investigations our undivided attention. I'll be going to assist with enlarging the police dragnet so we continue capturing more criminals. A child man, you say? All Might blurted. If you look at it at another perspective, then he's just like our students. It means he has the potential to grow. Perhaps, if we were to help him, maybe give him a truly exceptional coach or mentor. Nezu explained. I suppose that's naive of me to think, huh? All Might muttered. Class 1A, the next day, school was temporarily closed, but to be honest, they hardly knew how to get over what had happened, and then. All right, listen. It's time for this morning's homeroom period. Take your seats, everyone, Iida commanded. We are already in our seats. You're the only one who's not. Shiro responded. Iida returned to his seat, kinda disappointed. Mr. Aizawa went through the door with bandages covering his face. He was in a cast too. Morning. Aizawa-sensei, you're already back. That's beyond pro, everyone shouted. Sensei, I am really glad that you're all right, Iida exclaimed. You call that all right? Uraraka gushed. Don't concern yourselves over me. After all, the battle hasn't really ended for you yet, Mr. Aizawa said. The battle? Bakugo muttered. You don't mean? Ua's sports festival is approaching, boys and girls. Oh yeah, this is a school. Everyone shouted. The sports festival. Most of Class 1A shouted. Kirishima babbled. That's a super-normal school event. Kaminari stopped Kirishima by shoving his palm in his face. Wait a minute. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Jiro asked. What if they attack us again or something? Ojiro added. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is as solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Mr. Aizawa explained, above all, our sports festival is a huge change. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with the reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes, Momo gushed. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, Kaminari muttered. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Jiro claimed. Kaminari. I feel like you'd be one of them, since you're dumb. Kaminari felt embarrassed from what Jiro had said. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. Everyone's faces turned from laid back into competitiveness. 1 chance a year. A total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir, everyone shouted. Homeroom is dismissed. Lunchtime, after 4th period, modern literature ended, it was lunchtime. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm really excited, Kirishima exclaimed. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. Shiro exclaimed as he approached Kaminari, who was with Sato and Tokiyami. It was worth coming to UA. Sato said. We will only receive a few chances. We can't afford to miss this. Tokiyami claimed. Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Hagakure cheered as she was getting pumped up. Why yeah, but the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard, Ojiro added. Oh dear, what'll I do? Aoyama boasted. I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? He pointed at the silent Koji, who was trembled because he was shocked. Right? Koji finally nodded, but not that sincere. He was really scared of Aoyama, who was really close. You're lucky, Shoji. Your bronze stands out on its own. Kaminari praised Shoji while sitting on the table. There's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness, Shoji responded. I think you'll stand out, too. Kyoka teased and laughed, pointing out the thought if he used his quirk too much. Everyone's so into it. Midoriya gasped. You're not? Iida asked. Iida continued, doing some weird moves with his hands. We've enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Iida-kun, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It's weird. Tsuyu called out. He went back to Midoriya, dancing with his hands. Midoriya, you don't feel the same? I feel that you are the one who is going to stand out. Midoriya muttered, of course I do, but some things. Deku, Iida. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka passionately said, making a weird face. Midoriya also realized that her aura has changed. You Uraraka-san, your face. It's, Mina interjected, what's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best, Uraraka shouted. Yeah. Midoriya, Iida, Mina, and Sue supported her, raising their fists high. I said I'm gonna do my best. She turned to Tokiyami, Kirishima, Shiro, and Sato, who wasn't really pumped up. Why yeah. They stuttered. But, your personality's all over the place. Now that I think of it, I never asked Uraraka-san, Midoriya wondered. While walking to the cafeteria for lunch, Midoriya asked Uraraka, Uraraka-san. Yes? Why did you come to UA and become a pro hero? Huh? Because, for the money? You want to become a hero for money? To put it simply, yes. She answered sheepishly. Sorry, it's such an unwholesome reason. You two have such admirable motivations, it's embarrassing. Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Iida babbled, while freaking throwing his hands around the place like a robot. Right, but it's unexpected. Midoriya blurted. My family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This isn't really something to tell other people, though. Construction. Both wondered. Ah, with her quirk, if she gets licensed, then it'd bring costs way down, right? Midoriya muttered. She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Iida blurted out. Right. That's what I told Dad when I was little, Uraraka continued. But, you want to work for us? Her dad asked. Yeah. When I get big. I'll help you and Mommy. Young Ochako ran towards her father as tears started to go out of her eyes. I appreciate the thought, Ochako. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you could achieve your dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii, her dad teased. Daddy, she said as she clenched her long-sleeved sweater. Present time, I'll definitely become a hero and make money and let my parents take it easy, Uraraka said. Passion was continuing to flow through her veins, motivating her to work harder. Iida started to clap his hands and shouted, Bravo! Uraraka-kun bravo! Uraraka blushed from her happiness, and Iida continues to say bravo. She's not just aspiring to be a hero. She's also taken reality into consideration. Midoriya praised her in his thoughts. How about lunch, guys? I'm hungry. Uraraka gushed. All three started to walk towards the cafeteria. Sure. Iida and Uraraka exclaimed. They arrived at the cafeteria and ate lunch. After class, everyone from Class 1A was shocked at what they had seen, students from other classes. What's going on? Uraraka shouted. What business do you have with Class A? Iida asked. Hey, we can't get out. Kaminari shouted. They're scouting the enemy, dumbass. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. Bakugo retorted. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Everyone shuddered from what Bakugo has said. You can't just call someone you don't know an extra, Iida shouted at Bakugo. I came to see what Class A is like. A person who had purple hair, with eye bags, came to the front, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in the hero course like this? Midoriya, Uraraka, Iida, and Kaminari violently nodded their head no. Seeing something like this make me disillusioned. He continued, there are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider into the hero course. Oh yeah, and I heard someone was expelled here. Everyone gazed at him. Scouting out the enemy, he muttered, I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. This person's bold, too. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida shouted, through their thoughts. He and Bakugo exchanged glances, until someone shouted, Hey, I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. Another bold person. If you bark too much it'll be embarrassing for you during the real fight, he continued. Bakugo ignored him and starts walking away from the crowd. Wait a minute, Bakugo. Kirishima shouted. What are you gonna do about all this? It's your fault that everyone's hating on us. Doesn't matter. Bakugo responded. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. Bakugo added and continued to walk away. That's so simple and manly, Kirishima babbled clenching his face. Kaminari choked. You said it, Sato added. The top, There is truth in that. Tokiyami responded. Hang on, don't be tricked, Kaminari uttered. He just made more pointless enemies. Midoriya went to the faculty office where the teachers were. Is All Might here? He asked sheepishly. All Might looked back and glanced at Midoriya. Do you need something? Midoriya shonen. All Might in his skinny form went to Midoriya and asked him. Can I talk for you a bit? He whispered. Sure. The two of them went on to the lounge and talked. So, what do you want to talk about, Midoriya shonen? I wanted to ask you if I could copy your quirk? So I could train? I mean, you don't have to say yes, but can I? Sure. But we have to do that else, All Might transformed to his hero form. The two of them went to ground beta. All Might, can you activate your quirk first? Midoriya stuttered. Why is that? All Might asked. That is how I could copy quirks. Unless the user activates their quirk, I couldn't copy it. Well, if that's the case, smash! All Might shouted, letting out a powerful smash, controlling the wind pressure. Midoriya residence, the night of the USJ incident, after All Might had told Midoriya how his quirk works. So his quirk can produce stockpile of energy, huh? Midoriya in his room starts muttering, if I would able to copy his quirk I could let out powerful smashes, like he does, but what does he mean by damaging recoil? Maybe it could hurt your muscles or bones, Izuku, the food is ready. His mom called out. Be there, mom. What if I distribute that energy equally throughout my body, yeah, and just use a small percentage of energy, maybe 5% or 6%. Midoriya took his notebook and started listing his theories. Maybe I should copy it when he and I feel like it. Midoriya went out of his room and finally ate dinner. Ground beta, present time. Midoriya started feel power in his feet and rising up towards his upper body. Yes, I knew it, it works. Midoriya's face started to lit up. Midoriya shonen, you figured it out that easily? All Might was shocked and asked. I actually didn't expect it would work, it was just my theory, he muttered. Can you move? I could try. Midoriya jumped up, he didn't expect to go high. He then landed on a building and waved to All Might. All Might's face lit up, thinking Midoriya is a good candidate for One for All. Midoriya continued to jump from one building rooftop to another, trying to be consistent with All Might's quirk. Few minutes later, Midoriya finally went down. Midoriya shonen, how does it feel? All Might asked. It hurts, but I couldn't feel anything broken or bleeding, he answered. Thanks, All Might. I feel like I could do well during the sports festival, Midoriya joked. I feel like you would. All Might grinned. Midoriya blushed, praised by his favorite hero? It's really an experience for him. All Might, I'm going to head out, thanks again. Sure. Midoriya shonen. Midoriya started to pick up his things and started to walk away, waving goodbye to All Might. He really has the qualities too. He's like me. He has the potential. All Might continues to consider giving One for All to Midoriya. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. It'll be broadcast live on TV, too. It's no doubt that those who will do well have much better chance of becoming pro heroes. And no one knows what the events are until the day of the festival. And everyone started to get ready. And so, time passed in the blink of an eye, and the morning of the sports festival has arrived. Izuku, be careful not to get hurt. Midoriya's mom continues to worry. Okay. He answered. I'll record it, okay? In high resolution. Okay. Then Midoriya's mom became really excited for Midoriya and supported him. Do your best. Midoriya nodded. I'm off. How will everyone do? Will it be safe from the villains? Man, I wish we could wear our costumes. Mina cried, as they were entrusted to wear their PE uniforms. To keep everything fair, we can't. Ojiro reacted. Stunning. I wonder what the first round's going to be, Sato stated, apprehensively. Regardless of what comes, we must choose the option to manage it. Tokiyami guaranteed. Right. Shoji gestured. At that point Iida came into the door. Everybody, would you say you are prepared? We will enter soon? Midoriya took full breaths to quiet him down. At that point Todoroki began to move toward him. Midoriya. Todoroki got out. Todoroki-kun, What is it? Midoriya asked. Everyone looked at them. Taking a gander at Thing Unbiased saidly, I think I am better than you. Huh? Why yeah, in any case, All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Midoriya was amazed from what Todoroki had stated. I am doing whatever it takes not to pry about that. In any case, I am going to beat you, regardless of how tough individuals state your quirk is. Really? Is one of the best in the class trying to declare a state of war? Kaminari prattled. At that point Kirishima, who was sitting close to him, stood up, attempting to separate the two. Hey. For what reason would you say you are starting a ruckus out of nowhere? Not at the present time, we're going to begin. We're not here to play friends. So what, does it make a difference? Todoroki berated them, and left. Todoroki, you simply don't have the foggiest idea how every one of you have a major advantage against me. Everyone was astounded and stunned from what Midoriya just stated, a major advantage against him. The entirety of your quirks may have showed up from the moment you were conceived or when you were at top age when quirks were showing up, yet when I had my quirk, I was in middle school. I don't have that much intel yet of how my quirks functions yet. Truly, you might be superior to me, yet everybody is buckling down, even the students from different courses are focusing on the top with all that they have. You can't simply expect that since you and I have solid quirks doesn't mean we are better than anyone. Anybody can be better than you and me, or even Kacchan, as long as they buckle down, more earnestly than you or me. In any case, nobody can simply bear to fall behind. Todoroki, I am here representing everybody that anybody can win against anybody, as long as they have the enthusiasm and solidarity to do as such. Don't you overlook that. Everyone went quiet as Midoriya delivered a discourse that should motivate everybody. Would they say they were more apprehensive than expected? Stadium for the first year stage, hey! The voice of Present Mike, who was going to have the first year stage, yelled. Everybody celebrated. Focus, crowd, swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that all you love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, he proceeded. Are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first year stage. All the first years came in the arena, everybody yelled for euphoria. The miraculous new starts who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel, hero course, class 1A. There are such huge numbers of individuals, viewing, Midoriya mumbled. Will we have the option to give our best execution being viewed by such huge numbers of individuals? Iida jabbered, this is additionally some portion of the training to turn into a hero. Man. He's going over the edge with that entrance. Kirishima shouted, makes me even anxious. Would you say you aren't, Bakugo? No, I'm simply getting more into it, Bakugo stated, bombastically. This class isn't getting as much broadcast appointment, yet this class is additionally loaded with ability. Hero course, class 1B. Next up, general courses, class C, D, and E. Support courses, classes F, G, and H are here, as well. What's more, business course, classes I, J, and K. We're only here to make those folks look better, huh? People from class C began to mumble. Time for the player pledge, the first year umpire, Midnight yelled. Gracious, the current year's central umpire for the primary years is the R-rated hero, Midnight. Heroes from the crowd began to redden, particularly men. What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima attempts to turn away. That is an R-rated hero for you. Kaminari prattled. Is it truly alright for her to be at a high school despite the fact that she's R-rated? Tokiyami muttered. Quiet, everybody. Speaking for the student is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Class 1A's faces, particularly Midoriya, were amazed. What? It's Kacchan. Midoriya inquired. Shouldn't it be you, Midoriya? Since you know, finished first in the entrance exam, Zero murmured. In the hero course. A young lady from an alternate class sneered. Right. Midoriya shouted. It's undeniable she detests us. Zero shivered. What's more is it's Bakugo's shortcoming, Kaminari included. Everybody took a gander at him, while Class A was swallowing, anxious for what Bakugo's going to state. Bakugo was remaining there in the little stage. I pledge that I'll be number 1. Wait, what? Did he simply state that he'll be number 1? I realized he'd do that. Everyone from Class A was stunned, yet anticipated it simultaneously. The crowd began booing at Bakugo. What the hell? Quit playing. Try not to be so loaded with yourselves, Class A. Bakugo's face didn't change by any stretch of the imagination. He was quiet even though everybody was booing at him. For what reason are you accomplishing something so disgraceful? Iida yelled at him. In any event, become a pleasant fun advance for me. Stop bounce off of, Bakugo stated, holding a thumbs down at everybody. How presumptuous can you get? I'll smash you, certainty. No, the old Kacchan would have giggled while saying that. He's driving himself into a corner. Midoriya thought. He met eyes with Bakugo and passed Midoriya and pushed his shoulder off the beaten path. Getting all of us up to speed in it is much the same as Kacchan, however. Now, let's get started right away. Midnight declared. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now here is the first fateful first game. A screen showed up on her back. It was a roulette or the like which expected to pick the first game. This year is obstacle race, an obstacle course race. Midoriya spluttered. Each of the 11 classes will participate in this race. Midnight clarified. The course will be the external boundary of this arena, around 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is opportunity. For whatever length of time that you remain on the course, it doesn't make a difference what you do. Now, take your places everybody. All the first years occurred in the biggest exit of the arena. Everybody went calm. Ready. Set. Start. As they began to experience the leave, everything was confined. Alright. Here's the detailed breakdown. Are you prepared to do the discourse, Mummy Man? Present Mike said to Aizawa, who was his co-host or something. You're the person who forced me to come. Okay, Mummy Man. What would it be advisable for us to focus on in the beginning times? This part at the present time. The primary snag, escaping the confined exit. Midoriya was getting mushed by different students, yet he keeps on running. I see. This implies, from the beginning, it's as of now. The main filtering. Todoroki's face went serious. Also, a cold fog began to experience everyone's legs and structures ice as it left the exit. Todoroki turned the ground ice each progression he goes. I'm sorry. Everybody began griping, yet then it turned out to be warm for a piece and afterward hot, unfreezing everybody. It was Midoriya. I can't duplicate quirks until they activate it. Once Todoroki let out that ice, Midoriya consequently duplicated it, figuring it would be an extraordinary quirk. What's this? Ice then fire. Everyone with the exception of 1A. Bakugo moved himself up utilizing his blasts, and Aoyama with his naval laser. Momo pulled herself up by making a long metal post, and Kirishima bounced endlessly from the ice. Damn it. I disregarded Midoriya's quirk for a piece. Todoroki lamented what he did. One for all. Full cowling. This is the thing that Midoriya had called it, when he circulates the force all through his body, utilizing one for all. When he does this, it improves his physical capacities, at the end of the day, speed and quality. I won't let you pull off this half and half basta. He was cut off. Midoriya ran despite Bakugo's good faith, however it was late for Bakugo to take note. Damn you, Deku. Midor. Todoroki thought back, however once he did, Midoriya had found him. Much appreciated. Everyone yelled. Whoa. Midoriya went quick. Ojiro and Mina were stunned. There was still ice left. Mina and the others were sneaking past everybody, and well, nearly everybody was battling. Well, that one person is quick. The purple hair from that one day addressed himself. He was carried by different students? Midoriya was shocked. He was met with robots from the entrance test. The fake villains from the test? He murmured. Obstacles have shown up out of nowhere, Mike yelled. Beginning with the first barrier. One for all. Full cowling. Midoriya kept on being steady with one for all. Robo Inferno. Everybody halted and was stunned. Rather than one of the 0-pointers on the test, there were lots. So this is the thing that they utilized in the general entrance exam? Todoroki addressed himself. I wonder where they got the cash for it. Momo prattled. Alongside here were Uraraka and Jiru, whose eyes were unmistakably indicating dread. The robot started to attack. Todoroki tried to freeze it, but Midoriya got there first. Smash! Midoriya shouted, punching the robot hard until it fell. Smash! Isn't that almost like All Might's? Todoroki wondered, but continued on the tracks, freezing other villains along the way. Everybody proceeded on the tracks. It would appear that Midoriya got this taken care of, Present Mike reported. Damn it, that screwing Deku is getting the praise, Bakugo yelled. Todoroki was attempting to find Midoriya, yet he is simply excessively quick with full cowl. It would appear that the first through the first barrier is Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya, both from Class 1A. A few people were caught underneath, the robot Midoriya crushed. Is it accurate to say that they're alright? Damn it! Midoriya, Kirishima yelled as he was caught under the robot. Appears as though his body is hard as a stone. Kirishima from Class 1A was underneath. Ajiro Kirishima. Quirk. Hardening. His body can get very hard. He can turn into the strongest spear, or the strongest shield, Present Mike declared. Somebody was likewise underneath. It was from Class 1B. That darn Class A truly is loaded up with rats. Tetsu from Class 1B was likewise underneath. Tetsu. Quirk. Steel. His body can become like steel. He can turn into the strongest spear, or the strongest shield. Our quirks are practically the same. I make some hard memories sticking out, Kirishima shouted out. Hold up, you little. Tetsu yelled. Those folks are fortunate. They can get past without getting squashed. Kaminari shouted. Anyway, how about we make a way for the time being? Someone from the different class shouted. A blast had got a notification from the back. It was Bakugo. Everybody there coded at him. He was driving himself up while maintaining a strategic distance from the robots. Damn you, Deku. Like I'd let you stretch out beyond me, Bakugo yelled. Class 1A's Bakugo. Since the base is blocked, he goes overhead. Clever. You appear as though you'd be the sort to crash straight through, yet you decided to go around. Zero got up to speed utilizing his tape, and he likewise went over, alongside Tokiyami. Honta Zero. Quirk. Tape. He can shoot tape-like material from his elbows. He can likewise wrap it up to move. Or on the other hand cut it off and use it as a snare. Fumikage Tokiyami. Quirk. Dark Shadow. He has a shadow-like beast living inside him that can emerge and change shape flexibly. Land. Tokiyami yelled at Dark Shadow. Affirmative. The three arrived behind the robot, securely. True to form, a large portion of the people who passed were from Class A, Snipe stated. Instructors were given a spot where they could watch the games. Class B and different courses aren't terrible, either, All Might asserted. It's simply, Class A doesn't invest energy remaining around. Mr. Aizawa proceeded. Iida punches through utilizing his kicks. Jiru utilizes his earphone jacks to demolish the robots, and Kaminari shocks the robots. The individuals who experience firsthand that world above them through the occurrence at USJ. The individuals who planted dread in their souls. The individuals who managed it and got through. They all pre-owned that experience to overwhelm their delay. Mr. Aizawa proceeded. That was an incredible start. It doesn't hurt that much any longer. The way was clear. Everybody began to find Todoroki and Midoriya. He handily beat the robot utilizing one for all. What are you, Midoriya Shonen? All Might applauded Midoriya. Hey, the first barrier was easy, however shouldn't something be said about the second? The second barrier, an entire pit. There are strings, on the off chance that they would prefer not to fall, at that point they need to creep. It's, the fall. When did they assemble this stage? Ochako whimpered. Behind her was Suyu. She begun to come in front and slither through the strings. Sue. Mina heaved. Hero. Suyu croaked as she arrived at the string. This resembles a celebrated tightrope, Suyu prattled. She's quick. Mina and Ochako were stunned. Sparkle. Someone from the back smiled. It's at last an ideal opportunity for my support things to be in the limelight. Look, all you bolster organizations the nation over. Wire bolts and flowed souls. Sparkle. You're from the support course? Ochako inquired. What? It's all right to bring those kinds of things, Mina cried. The hero course experiences battle preparing consistently, isn't that so? So as to keep things fair, we are permitted to prepare things in ensembles, as long as we created them ourselves. Or then again maybe should state. Something darted away from the thing she was wearing on her abdomen, shooting into the horizon, gripping into the farthest rock form she could see. For those of us in the support course, this is the place where we can show off our ideas and skills to companies. She floats starting from the earliest stage and bounces into the pit. One press of a catch, the wire of her hooking snare or something to that effect, pull her up and she lands securely on the level surface of the stone structure. Wow. That is so irritating. I can't lose. Uraraka was irritated. That is some misplaced equality, Mina yelled. Nice, the person from Class 1C, the one with the purple hair, smiled unusually. A variety of individuals are buckling down for their opportunity. Huh, Eraserhead. Present Mike keeps on jabbering. What are you numbskulls halting for? Eraserhead was disappointed. Midoriya halted for a piece, for he can't utilize one for all here. In any case, he saw that Ochako had activated her quirk, so he replicated her quirk. Midoriya began to utilize zero gravity on himself. He began to skim. He utilized full cowl midair, controlling the wind pressure from his back, moving him to go farther. He proceeded, this until he had long last arrived at the completion of the snag. Release. He falls, gradually, yet he was up to speed by Todoroki. Midoriya was beginning to feel queasy, for it was zero gravity's drawback. He kept on running for the last boundary, until both Todoroki and him showed up to the last obstruction. Bakugo was making up for lost time as well. My sibling is likely viewing. I can't let him see me act uncool. Iida, who was most of the way in the fall, was truly doing a tightrope scene, his left feet forthright and his privilege at the back, which he utilized his engine, making him to have the option to experience the course quicker. The folks in front are path ahead, the audience murmured. What's more, presently somebody has shown up the last boundary. The truth here is that it's a minefield. It's set up with the goal that you can tell where the mines are in the event that you look cautiously. So utilize your eyes and legs. Coincidentally, these landmines are for games, so they're not excessively dangerous. However, they're noisy and showy enough to make you wet your jeans. That relies upon the individual. Eraserhead cut off. Midoriya and Todoroki were at that point crawling from the front. The second somebody had set off the mine, it let off an uproarious pink blast. I see. This is an obstruction that puts those ahead of the pack off guard. Todoroki murmured, as blasts kept on blowing despite his good faith, attempting to make it engaging. Huh? Bakugo was beginning to get up to speed, utilizing his blasts to maintain a strategic distance from the mines. This doesn't affect me. In any case, the moment he passed Todoroki, Midoriya let out fire, yes fire, and hindered both Bakugo and Todoroki. Damn it, I forgot, he was here, Todoroki murmured. Fuck you, Deku, Bakugo yelled. Presently, Midoriya is extremely in the number one spot. Hey, it's them as well as others who are getting up to speed. They attempt to stop Midoriya, however it appears as they can't do anything to him. One for all. Full cowling. Midoriya hops high, maintaining a strategic distance from Bakugo and Todoroki's assault, and drives himself utilizing one for all, and again controlling the weight of the breeze, making him far away from Bakugo and Todoroki. However, both of them just won't surrender. Bakugo keeps on utilizing his blast to propel himself far, and Todoroki turns the ground, ice, and slides through it. This may give individuals at the back away, however I don't have to stress over them. Todoroki keeps on sliding through the ice. I have to utilize a bigger rate, perhaps 8%. Midoriya begins to expand the intensity of one for all through his body, and letting out the biggest smash, despite his good faith, driving him away from the minefield while driving ceaselessly Bakugo and Todoroki. Midoriya at last escaped the minefield. He decreased the ability to 5% while running as quickly as could be expected under the circumstances. At that point, when the time hadn't passed that much, Midoriya was the person who returned first to the arena, which implies he won the obstacle race. At the present time, the principal individual back in the arena is that man. Izuku Midoriya's made a gigantic sprinkle. The crowd cheered as Midoriya at last made first. They weren't anticipating that he should win. Izu, his mother in their home, was bellowing her eyes off. What's more, as Death Arms and Kamui Woods turned around, they saw him. Hey, isn't that? No doubt, if I recall it effectively, he's from a year ago. He was the person who crushed that villain. This rascal is Shigaraki, who was viewing from their HQ or something. Clearly he was pissed as he saw Midoriya's face. He saw from afar that everybody was giving him acclaim, and cheering uproariously, even All Might. Midoriya held his clenched hand as he saw All Might, who kept applauding, demonstrating a pleased face. Midoriya's face abruptly destroys. Not long after everybody began to enter the arena. Bakugo was very pissed at Midoriya for beating him once more. Deku-kun, you were astonishing. Uraraka bolstered him. Uraraka-san. Midoriya reddened. Ahead of everyone else is stunning. That is so baffling, darn it. All things considered, it was on account of you, as well. Gee, me? No doubt. Your quirk helped me this time. The first round of the first year stage is at last finished. Presently we should investigate the outcomes. First. Class A Izuku Midoriya. Second. Class A Shoto Todoroki. Third. Class A Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth. Class B Ibara Shiozaki. Fifth. Class B Juzo Honanuki. Sixth. Class A Tenya Iida. Seventh. Class A Fumikage Tokiyami. Eighth. Class A Honta Siro. Ninth. Class A Ajiro Kirishima. 10th. Class B Tetsu 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 Tetsu. 11th. Class A Mashirao Ojiro. 12th. Class B Yosetsu Awase. 13th. Class A Suyu Asui. 14th. Class A Mazo Shoji. 15th. Class A Rakido Sato. 16th. Class A Ochako Uraraka. 17th. Class A Momo Yaoyorozu. 18th. Class A Mina Ishido. 19th. Class A Koji Koda. 20th. Class A Kyoka Juru. 21st. Class B Sen Kaibara. 22nd. Class B Kosei Subaraba. 23rd. Class A Denki Kaminari. 24th. Class B Kojira Bondo. 25th. Class B Reiko Yanagi. 26th. Class C Hitoshi Shinso. These are the best 26, yet there are 42 individuals who endured the following round. It's shocking, regardless of whether you didn't make it. We've arranged different possibilities for you to sparkle. The genuine rivalry starts straight away, Midnight reported. The press-mounted force will be on top of it. Give it your everything. Presently, here is the subsequent game. The roulette turns once more. I definitely know what it is, yet what would it be able to be? What might it be able to be? Here it is. Cavalry battle, a cavalry battle. Kaminari wheezed, I'm downright awful at those. It is anything but an individual occasion, so I wonder how it'll work. Suyu spouted. Allow me to clarify. The members can shape groups of 2 to 4 as they wish. It's essentially equivalent to a normal mounted force fight. However, there is one thing that is diverse, depends on the after effects of the last game. Every individual has been appointed a point esteemed. A point-based framework like the exam appears to be extremely straightforward, Sato chattered. At the end of the day, the focuses are distinctive for each group, Uraraka muttered. I see, Mina concurred. You folks don't keep down despite the fact that I'm talking, huh? Midnight yelled. Indeed, it's hard to believe, but it's true. Furthermore, the focuses relegated go up by 5 beginning from the base. So 42nd spot gets 5, 41st gets 10 points. Also, the point esteem doled out to the primary spot is 10 million. Midoriya's face went clear, and he could feel everybody's aura had changed. It appears as though everybody's enthusiastic about getting 10 million. 10 million? 10 million, huh? At the end of the day, on the off chance that you bring down the primary spot players group, you can remain at the top regardless of what spot you're in. Truth is stranger than fiction, Midnight stated, enchantingly. It's natural selection, with a possibility for those at the base to topple the top. The second game for the UA High School Sports Festival. First year stage is a cavalry battle between the top 42 from the qualifier, Midnight announced. Those at the top will suffer more. You'll hear this many times as you attend UA. This is what plus ultra means. Izuku Midoriya, who placed first in the qualifier, is worth, Midnight announced, 10 million points. He felt pressured as everyone started looking at him, and noticed that the students' auras became red. His heart was beating so fast. What the hell can you do? You're quirkless. These words came to Midoriya's head exactly from when he was in middle school. He was sweating like crazy. The eyes around me are different from junior high. I got the top spot maybe because the quirks I copied were perfect for the terrain. Is it just luck or purely my strength? Now then, I'll explain the rules of the cavalry battle. Midnight continued, the time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth a total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. So the more you steal, then it'll be harder to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, or if your team falls, you're not out. Which means, Momo wonders. Since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time? Sato continued. That's tough. One strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you'll be more free, Mina muttered. It's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina. Suyu, who was besides her, claims. During the game, it'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, Midnight continues. But it's still a cavalry battle, she continues, as she points towards the students. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. TCH. Bakugo turns away hearing the rules. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Then suddenly, the time started. It was time to make teams. 15 minutes. Hey, be on my team. Words from people around Midoriya just passed through his ears, as he started to think. Points don't really matter in my case. The people I want on my team are that person and that person. Everyone started to go their ways and find someone to team up with. Team up with me. Sato tries to convince Bakugo to pick him. What? Bakugo, team up with me. Mina disses Sato and tries to convince Bakugo too. Don't you want to team up with me? Aoyama whimpered. He was holding his stomach and was trembling. Maybe he had a bad tummy ache. I don't know what quirks you all have. What? Bakugo shakes and shouts. I can understand not knowing Class B's, but he doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all, huh? Even his attitude is like that. He managed to come in third and has 100 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's popular. All Might mumbled, watching the festival from the top. Hey! Todoroki chose his team already. Kirishima walks towards Bakugo and shouted, Bakugo, team up with me. Weird hair. Kirishima froze as he heard the nickname Bakugo called him. I'm Kirishima. At least try to remember, my hair's not that different from yours. You want to be the rider, don't you? Then who'll be a front horse that can take your blasts? Someone with guts. Not really, but yeah, me. With my hardening, I'll be a horse that never wavers. You want the 10 million, right? Bakugo smiles angrily. His face was very full of hunger for that 10 million. Shoji-kun, do you have a team already? I found someone who seems to have a great quirk. Suyu babbled. Suyu? Why team up with me? Shoji asked. I have a plan, come on Pony-san.
Hi, I'm Pony Tsunotori, from Class B. Tsunotori chuckled.
As expected, some people are teaming up with their classmates, huh? Since no one has a good grasp of what quirks those in the other classes have. I need to do something quick, too, about the current state where everyone's totally avoiding me. Midoriya starts to panic. Ojiro. He tries to come up to him but Ojiro avoids Midoriya instead. As I thought, no one wants to try to keep the points for the whole game. I may have shown my quirk but it's just a big risk for them to take. Deku-kun. Uraraka calls Midoriya. Let's be a team, she continues. Then tears start flooding Midoriya's eyes, like lots of tears. Uraraka-kun. Is it really okay? Everyone'll probably be after me and my 10 million stupid points. If we run the whole time, then we'll win, right? I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka-san. The tears stopped, and Midoriya smiled. Like I would. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you get along with. Midoriya suddenly felt liked, and his face started clenching, creating a very weird face. What's the matter? You look ugly, you know, Uraraka teased. Oh, nothing. It's just that you're so bright that I can't look straight at you. Actually, I wanted to team up with you, too. Thanks, Midoriya muttered, as he gets pumped up. For teams, it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right? Yup. Uraraka nods. With your quirk, mine, and one other person. I thought of a plan. The two of them started to walk to Iida-kun. He looked back to the two of them nodding. The three of us would be horses with Iida in the front. And then, if we use Uraraka's quirk to make Iida and me lighter, we'd be able to maneuver easily. It's better to have someone physically strong as the rider, but I haven't decided who. Anyway, this is all I could think of to keep running away until the end, Midoriya explained. I expected no less, Midoriya, but I am afraid I have to refuse. Uraraka and Midoriya were surprised they weren't expecting this answer. Ever since the entrance exam, I just keep losing to you. You're a wonderful friend, but that's why if I keep following you, I will never grow. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. Iida started to walk towards Todoroki, Momo, and Kaminari. I will challenge you. Iida-kun. Uraraka shuddered, she was worried about how Midoriya felt. It has already begun. Everyone's an enemy. That's right, I'm at the top right now. I can't just play at being friends. Someone walked towards Midoriya, or rather hovered. It was the support course girl from earlier, as I thought. This is great. You stand out. Midoriya and Uraraka about faced and she was very close. Team up with me, person in first place. Ah, so close. Who are you? Midoriya shouted. I am Mei Hatsume, from the support course, she said, taking off her goggles, showing her bright yellow eyes. Oh, that weird person from the obstacle race, Uraraka teased. I don't know you, but let me use your position. She's honest. Midoriya trembled. She suddenly comes closer and closer to both Uraraka and Midoriya, explaining why she should join their team. If I'll join your team, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone is watching most, right? If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Wait a minute. Babies and big companies? What are you? And, I think you guys will also benefit. Oh, she's not interested in me. She suddenly opens a case full of different support gadgets. The support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you like. Hatsume continues to boast. Oh, has this one caught your UI? She said, lifting a jetpack-like gadget or something. I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. Could you be talking about the Buster hero? Airjet? Midoriya gives in to his hero otaku things. I like him, too. Really? Yeah, His agency's close, so I went to tour it before. I see. They're already getting along. Uraraka spaces out watching the two from a short distance. Not being able to team up with Iida was a blow, but with Hatsume and Uraraka-san, I just need one more person. It looks like everybody's set on their team already, huh? No, that's fine. The power our team's missing, the one who can fill that spot is. Midoriya starts to walk to someone and holds his shoulders. You. Almost everyone here has their eyes on Class A. Why is that? Like Tetsu had said, Class A is full of themselves about it. It's strange, isn't it? The only difference between us and them is that they fought villains. Why were those of us in Class B happy with being the middle of the pack? Let's let that arrogant Class A know, guys. Someone from Class B. He had slicked blonde hair that was shorter as it got down from his head, provoked Class A. The timer ran out, the game was about to start. Now then, it's about time to get started, Midnight announced. Hey, Eraser. Wake up. Mike tapped Eraserhead's shoulders and wakes him up. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. There are some interesting teams out there. Eraser interjected. Now, raise those battle cries. It's time for UA's bloody battle. Light the signal fire. Uraraka-san. Midoriya cried out. Yeah, Hatsume. Hatsume giggled. Tokiyami-kun. Yeah, let's do this. I chose you three because I thought it would be the most stable formation. Todoroki explained to Kaminari, Momo, and Iida. Kaminari, you'll be the left wing, keeping the enemy away with your electricity. Yaoyorozu, you'll be the right wing. You are in charge of insulation and assisting with defense and movement. Iida, you'll be in front as the main source of mobility and physical defense. So you will attack and create diversions, with ice and fire then, Todoroki? Iida asked. No, in battle, I will never use my left. Todoroki growled, clenching his fist with anger, and met eyes with his father, who was watching from afar. Now, let's go, counting down to the brutal battle royal. 3. We're aiming for, Bakugo cracked his fist. 2. One thing. Todoroki mumbled. 1. Start, Midnight shouted, signaling every student in the field. It was no doubt that everyone would be aiming for one thing, Midoriya's team.
It's basically a battle for the 10 million points. Tetsu groaned.
But Izuku shrugged. Are you ready, guys? Midoriya asked his team. Uraraka, Hatsume, Tokiyami, and Dark Shadow nodded. Duck. Midoriya commanded. Everyone was confused. Tokiyami ducked. Midoriya raised his palm towards his opponents and let out fire. But it wasn't just that. Once Midoriya faced his palm towards his opponents, they faced away, but what they didn't know, it was a fake. He raised his palm up towards the sky when they weren't looking and let out the biggest fire he could, producing hot air and smoke. Damn it, where are they? We can't see anything with this thick fog. What's this? Team Midoriya had a great first, distracting their opponents, Mike shouted. Look away. Midoriya said to Hatsume and Uraraka. With a press of a button they flew away, with the use of the jetpack like support item Hatsume let him use. They landed safely by using another support item of Hatsume, hover boots. How do you like my babies, aren't they cute? Hatsume asked Midoriya. With this, our maneuverability is perfect. Your babies are great, Hatsume. Midoriya answered. Hey, I'm the one making it float. Uraraka objected. She's not wrong though, she's making us accept herself weightless. Let's give chase too, you with me, Jiru. Hagakure, who was half naked, babbled. Hold on, a second, where's your headband? Sato shouted. Huh? Hagakure shouted. It appears to be Class B, the one who had slicked blonde hair, Nato Monoma. Too easy, when they're fighting each other, he smirked, while turning their headband in his finger. Now then, not 2 minutes have passed since we have started. It's already turned into a free-for-all. Fights over the headbands are all over, Present Mike yelled. Going for the second or fourth place, instead of the 10 million is good too. While Midoriya and his team were running away, someone was catching up with them. It was Shoji. Is he by himself? Shoji? Are you by yourself? I thought this was a team battle? Here, Midoriya-san. Suyu was inside of Shoji's den of some kind, hiding Suyu. Huh? Is that even allowed? Yes, it is, Midnight shouted. Suyu's tongue expanded and went for Midoriya's headband, but not just that horns are shooting from it. Pony Tsunotori. Quirk. Horn cannon. This allows her horn to detach and shoot it as projectiles. Team Asui makes use of their overwhelming difference in sizes. They're like a tank. Midoriya avoided all of it, and maybe redirected some of it to Tetsu's team? Midoriya's team can't help but fly away, like I'd let you fly away, Deku. It was Bakugo, trying to catch up to Midoriya with his explosion. I got this. Midoriya's turned glowing red. Is this Mr. Aizawa's quirk? Huh? Why can't I use my quirk? Bakugo shouted, and started falling down, but Zero, his teammates, caught him. What's this? The riders can detach from the horses. That's allowed. Mike was confused. It's a technicality, so it's fine. It wouldn't have been if he fell to the ground though, Midnight exclaimed. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Aura manipulation. He can copy, enhance, and manipulate the quirk of someone close to him. But the user has to activate it first though. He can store up to 5 quirks. He can choose the quirks he doesn't want to keep. He can also detect and see the aura of other people. Wow, that explains everything, Mike publicized. Everyone started mumbling. Copy? So he's like Monoma-san? Tetsu was surprised. Copy, huh? Monoma giggled. They landed safely, thanks, Uraraka-san. Yup. She chuckled. Tokiyami-kun. Let Dark Shadow protect the blind spots. Sure. Tokiyami responded. That kid's strong, huh? Kamui shuddered as they were watching everything from the break room. That does explain everything from last year. Death Arms trembled. But, dang, those Class A guys are good. Now, let's take a look at each team's points. It's been 7 minutes. Here are the current rankings up on the screen. Huh? It's kinda. What? Wait a minute. Other than Midoriya, Class A isn't doing so well. Bakugo? What? Team Monoma had caught Team Bakugo's headband, which brings them to 0 points. Class A is too simple-minded. He grinned. He got us, Mina shuddered. What did you say, bastard? Give that back, Bakugo shouted. Since Midnight said it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? Monoma provoked. Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks and personalities of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right? You did this as a class. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right? Hey, they're coming. Someone from Monoma's team warned. It's better than going after a temporary top, like a horse with a carrot waving in front of its face. Oh, while I'm at it, you're famous, aren't you? As the victim of the sludge incident. Tell me about it sometime, about how it feels to be attacked by villains once a year. Kirishima, change of plan. Bakugo was infuriated, his face and aura. Monoma turned back and saw Bakugo pissed. It's like he had let the demon out of him. Before we get Deku, let's kill all these guys. Class B had a long-term strategy that involved throwing the qualifier. It's true that they could leave a stronger impression by overturning the mood that favored Class A before the sports festival started. Midoriya looked back watching the fight between Bakugo and Monoma, but based on their way of thinking they won't necessarily come after me. Everyone, it'll be easier to run off. They stopped as they were caught up by Todoroki's team. Less than half the time is left now, President Mike announced. Midoriya took a deep breath. It won't be that easy, huh? The cavalry battle is about to enter the second half. In this unexpected rise of Class B, Who will wear the 10 million points in the end? Then, Todoroki chimed in, I'll be taking that now. I thought we would not have a confrontation until later in this contest. He seems to think highly of you, Midoriya. Tokiyami faltered. Only half the time is left. Don't stop moving, Midoriya commanded. Iida, move forward. Yaoyorozu, prepare to guard us and conduct electricity. Kaminari, you. I know what I have to do, Kaminari said confidently. Deku-kun. What should we? Don't worry. I got this. Midoriya grinned. He covered his face with his hands, but showing his eyes, it glowed red again. Huh? What happened? Why can't I use my quirk? Kaminari shuddered. Oh no. Midoriya's, sorry in advance, Tokiyami-kun. Dark Shadow. Midoriya shouted. Dark Shadow, but Tokiyami saw what Midoriya had done. He had copied his quirk. Dark Shadow. Make something that can protect us. Midoriya shouted at his Dark Shadow. Yes. Guys, just be alert, I'll take care of you. Huh? They shouted. Midoriya, are you sure? Midoriya had removed Ochako's zero gravity from his stored quirk and copied Yaoyorozu's quirk instead. He created a pole connected to the ground. Frost started to form on the right side of his body, freezing the pole and connecting it to the ground. Come out, Midoriya, everyone shouted. Dark Shadow, retreat. Yes, sir. Midoriya's face started to come out of the dome-like structure his Dark Shadow created. I told you guys I can do this. Midoriya started to freeze the ground and freeze all the team that was coming for them. Midoriya finally came out and stopped several teams at once. Mike was surprised, so was the whole stadium. I told you, Todoroki, anyone can beat you, as long as they have the strength to do so. Midoriya reassured him. Todoroki was shocked too. Everyone wasn't expecting a cinnamon roll like him be this strong. Midoriya, you can't just stop us like that, Iida shouted, reciprober. Midoriya turned back from walking away from them, and looked at Iida with his red glowing eyes. Huh? Midoriya is really familiar with his quirk by now. He can use multiple quirks at times he wants to. Eraserhead announced. Huh? Why didn't he take our headbands? Kaminari mumbled. I don't want to see you empty, Midoriya shouted. Monoma, don't provoke him, his teammate shouted, you would be the same as him. That's right, it wouldn't become a hero. Besides, don't you often hear about heroes who get done in by villains who want revenge? Monoma continued to provoke Bakugo one last time. Bakugo, calm down, Kirishima yelled. If you don't calm down, we won't be able to get the points back. Bakugo let out an explosion and said, forward, Kirishima. They ran toward Monoma's team. Die. Bakugo tried to take them down with an explosion, but Monoma avoided their attack, and countered with one of Bakugo's explosions. Monoma smiled, wow, what a nice quirk, and touched Kirishima's hair in the process. That's my, Bakugo, someone has the same quirk as you, too. Damn it. Bakugo continued to let out an explosion, but this time his attack was stopped by Kirishima's hardening quirk. Really, such nice quirks. Mine's better, though. Wah. Mine? The same again. No, this guy copied them, like Deku would. That's right. Nato Monoma. Quirk. Copy. He can use the quirks of anyone he touches as much as he wants for 5 minutes. He can't use 2 at the same time, though. Well, even an idiot can figure it out, huh? Bakugo tried to attack but stopped by another Class B? Bondo. Picking a fight, huh? Monoma, we just have to keep from getting caught now. With this many points, we'll definitely make it into the top 4. It's solidifying, Kirishima groaned. Wait, I could help with that. Mina used her quirk using the soles of her shoe, letting out an acid that can melt the Class B's quirk. Hurry, we've got 0 points right now, hurry, Zero shouted. Oh, don't get mad at me. You're the one that provoked us, right? What did you say for the pledge again? That embarrassing thing, let me think. Oh, I'll be number 1. Number 1. Not just first place. I'll take an indisputable first place. Bakugo's continuing to be infuriated, he's sick of Class B. 1 minute left. Todoroki continues to melt themselves out of the ice and catch up to Midoriya. You're letting your guard down, kid. Todoroki's father, Endeavor, and the number 2 hero, muttered to himself and referred to Midoriya. Todoroki's father is looking at me, huh? He thinks I've let down my guard, but no, he just forgot something I can do. Midoriya muttered to himself. Guys, on my count. Jump. Midoriya said, touching every single thing they're wearing. Midoriya used zero gravity again. Hey, you forgot about us, huh, Midoriya? Kaminari shouted. When did I forget, Kaminari-kun? Or maybe you just forgot I could sense you walking towards me with my quirk. Kaminari, no Todoroki, Iida, and even Endeavor were shocked by from what Midoriya said. They were 5 meters from their team but, jump. They started to float away, and as far as they can, Todoroki just won't give up. Try again, Iida. Todoroki shouted, I'll make a ramp towards them. Try again. I'd like to see you try. Midoriya turned back, with glowing red eyes. He erased Iida and Todoroki's quirk again. Damn it. Todoroki shouted. Let's just take the others' headbands, Todoroki. Momo shouted, but Todoroki agreed. He took the points of those Midoriya froze but still didn't give up on them. One last time, hey, you guys might not use me after this, Iida shouted. Iida? Todoroki was confused. Make sure you get it, Todoroki. Reciproburst. Iida went very fast, and got Midoriya's headband. I told you, Midoriya, I'd challenge you. Iida shouted. Todoroki, Momo, and Kaminari were shocked because of the speed Iida had gone. Endeavor also smirked from afar. Todoroki's team finally got the 10 million, Mike shouted. Deku-kun. Uraraka shouted. What are you guys so worried for? We still got it here. Midoriya shouted. Uraraka, Hatsume, and Tokiyami were amazed from what Midoriya had done. They didn't think of this. But how? Isn't it obvious? I knew you had something like that, Iida. A super speed that can almost go with the speed of light. So I took one from the teams I froze and changed it the bands. You were so focused here. Midoriya pointed to his forehead, and not anywhere else. Endeavor's smile vanished. Todoroki's happiness was gone, and everyone in the stadium was amazed. With less than 1 minute left, Midoriya's team is still in the top, followed by Todoroki's team, Mike announced. Third, we might have overdone ourselves, Monoma boasted. Wait, I said wait. Kirishima shouted at Bakugo. Bakugo let out an explosion and came for Monoma. Subaraba. Monoma shouted. Guard. The one in front, had taken a deep breath and solidified the air. Hey. Bakugo shouted. Kosei Subaraba. Quirk. Solid air. He can solidify air to form walls or footholds. The size depends on lung capacity. Bakugo punches the air wall continuously. You can't see this wall, serves you right, Subaraba shouted. Bakugo leaned his back, preparing for a big punch. Once his fist had touched the wall, it broke. He opened his fist and caught 2 of Monoma's points. Zero's tape caught Bakugo and pulled him back. Bakugo caught 2 headbands from Monoma. He jumped back to 3rd place. Mike announced. The rankings changed in the final stages. We're not done yet. Bakugo shouted, flat face, tape. Bakugo lifted his leg and gave way for Zero to shoot his tape. It's Zero. You missed. Monoma shouted. Raccoon eyes. Lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're going. Bakugo commanded Mina. Mina let down her acid. It's Mina Ishido. Young Bakugo, you understand very well without being told, don't you? All Might praised Bakugo's plan. They were sliding down towards Monoma's team, and finally caught up. Subaraba tried to stop them but Bakugo just broke through and got the last headband. Bakugo is merciless. If he's gonna do it, he's gonna be thorough. He's, a perfectionist. Mike shouted. Everyone was cheering for Bakugo. Now there are only seconds left. Let's go for Deku, Bakugo shouted. There he is, now Bakugo, Kirishima shouted. Like I would let you, one for all. Full cowling. I won't hurt anybody. I'll just control the air pressure to blow them away. Smash. He redirected the punch towards Bakugo and the air around them started to blow them away. Dark Shadow, protect the front. Tokiyami shouted at his Dark Shadow. Yes, sir, Dark Shadow, protect the back. Midoriya shouted at his. Yes, sir, Deku, I'll get that 10 million points from you, Bakugo shouted. Let's start the countdown, Mike shouted. 10, 9 inches. Fuck you, Deku, I'll beat you. The two team went for Midoriya but.
Time's up, Mike shouted. The cavalry battle was finally finished, with Midoriya's team at first place. Let's look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Midoriya. Midoriya's plan was so good. Momo groaned. Sorry, I caused everyone trouble, Iida said. That's not true. We almost got it. In second place, Team Todoroki. In third place, Team Bakugo. At least we had gotten in, right? Zero babbled. Do you really think that's how he feels? Kirishima stammered. Bakugo was shaking and then screamed at the ground. In fourth place, Tetsuha. What? It's Team Shinso. When did you come from behind? The purple-haired bastard shrugged. Thanks for your hard work. He told his teammates, but they weren't as happy as him. I'm really sorry, guys. I was so carried away. Midoriya shrugged. What do you mean, Deku? We were great. Especially that last part. Uraraka told him. I know right. Hatsume grinned. I agree, you were great Midoriya. Tokiyami praised Midoriya. All of these 4 teams are going to the final round. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go grab food. I'm going to sleep. What happened? Before I knew it, we had 0 points, and it was over. I can't accept this. Tetsu shouted. We were so close. Suyu was pissed. Mina-chan, congratulations. Well, Bakugo just let me join so he could use me against Todoroki's ice, so I don't know if it reflects my abilities. Iida-kun, I didn't know you had something like that. No fair. Uraraka was slightly angered. It had nothing to do with fairness. Even so, I never thought Midoriya could predict something like that. Iida responded. That was fun. Kaminari smiled. I thought I could compete with Midoriya. You always compete with each other. Speaking of which, where's Deku? Todoroki wanted to talk with Midoriya, so he took him and went to one of the entrances to talk. What did you want to talk about? Midoriya shuddered. As Endeavor walks down the stairs, he meets with All Might along the way. Hey, Endeavor. Long time no see. Let's have tea. All Might invited him. All Might. Endeavor turned back with an angered face. Third person Pav. So, what did you want to talk about? Midoriya asked Todoroki, but he just stares. If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will probably really crowded. He gives off a cold intimidation, different from Kachan. Midoriya trembles as he stuttered. Since the beginning of the first round, I noticed how you act so recklessly without thinking of anyone who around you. Todoroki muttered. Using others' quirk for your own good. He continued. Does that how it works for you? You were pretty much overwhelmed with that quirk of yours, Midoriya. I've seen you use my quirk both sides, so recklessly, and not thinking about a single thing. I see. He was so infuriated see me use my left side when using his quirk. While he only used his other half. And Midoriya, I've seen you both All Might and you in ground beta, last time. I realized at that moment that he made you use your power. Where are you going with this, Todoroki? Midoriya interjected. You were both so close, when you were training in ground beta. Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something? Secret love child? What? Midoriya's face went blank. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? I see, so that's what he was thinking. Well, are you Todoroki asked once more. That's not it. I mean, even if I was, I wouldn't say I wasn't, so I don't think you'd believe me, but anyway, that's not how it is, Midoriya stuttered to explain. In the first place, let me ask you something. Why do you think that about me? Midoriya asked. Todoroki denied the question. Since you said, that's not how it is, that means there's a connection between you two that you can't talk about, right? Midoriya kept on trembling. Endeavor's my old man. I'm pretty sure you know that he's been stuck as the number 2 hero for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. Hello. Long time no see. Want to have tea together, Endeavor? All Might mumbled as he ran over him in the flight of stairs. All Might, Endeavor snarled, seeing All Might with his typical pissed face. I haven't seen you since that discussion we had with the press 10 years prior, huh? I saw you, so I thought I'd say, hi. I see. All things considered, you've just done that. Leave me. What a joke. I'm setting off to the bathroom. Be gone. All Might quickly hopped over him and blocked him from going down. Try not to be so cold. Your child, young Shoto, did superbly without utilizing half of his power. Is it since he was educated well? What are you attempting to say? Endeavor focused. Why, I genuinely need to realize how to raise the people to come. All Might answered. Do you think I'd let you know? Endeavor strolls down, intentionally chancing upon All Might. You look confused obviously, and it's driving me up the wall. Sorry. Simply remember this. I will make that into a hero that will outperform you one day. That is the reason I made him. What are you? He's simply in his rebellious stage at the present time, however he will outperform you. I will ensure it. My old man wants to ascend on the planet. As a legend, he won a name for himself with smashing power. Thus, the living legend, All Might, is an incredible blemish to him. Todoroki clarified. Since he was unable to outperform All Might, he moved onto his next arrangement. What are you attempting to let me know, Todoroki? Midoriya inquired. You've known about quirk marriages, right? Midoriya heaved. That thing turned into an issue for the second and third era after superpowers showed up. Picking a life partner dependent on reinforcing your own quirk and passing it on to your children, constraining individuals into marriage. The old-style perspective realized by an absence of morals. He is a man with both achievements and cash. He prevailed upon my mom's family members and got it together of my mom's quirk. He was attempting to satisfy his own longing by raising me to be a legend to outperform All Might. Midoriya's eyes broadened, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Fuck him. I'll never be that piece of shit's tool. Todoroki snapped. In my memories, I could always see my mom always crying. She told me that my left side is ugly. And dumped boiling hot water on my face. Midoriya's face went blank, as if he was to see a ghost. The reason I am aiming for the top is a personal triumph, even without his shitty quirk, or rather I'll become number 1 without needing it. This is my total disavowal of him. What they didn't know was that Bakugo was there in the corner eavesdropping on the two. Midoriya's pav. I was shocked. It was like he was in a different world. Even though we have the same goal, we are just so different. If you can't tell me anything, that's fine, you can keep on being All Might's something or other. And I'll climb to the top spot by only using my right side. Sorry I took your time. Todoroki started to walk away from the entrance. If this was a comic, that'd be the backstory worthy of a main character. What can I say to any of that? I clenched my face and started to catch up towards him. I've just been the beneficiary of outside help, all this time. That was true earlier too. He stopped. The reason I'm still standing is because there are many people who are supporting me. To be the strongest hero, who always saves the day with a smile. All Might, I want to be like him and I need to become strong enough to accomplish all of that. It may be a trifling motive compared to yours, but I can't lose to you too. Not only for myself but everyone who supported me through the way. Todoroki turns back to look at me. So I'll take that declaration of war of yours and echo it. I am going to beat you too. Third person POV. Noon break is over. Before we get started with the final event, there's good news for those who dropped out of the preliminaries. Present Mike announced. In the end, this is a sports festival. So to have everyone continue to be able to participate, we've got some recreational activities in store. All right, everyone, compete your hearts out, recreation. We are pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. A tournament, Finally I'm gonna have the opportunity to appear on stage that I see on the TV every year. Hiroshima said excitingly. There was a tournament last year too. Mina asked. Some details end up changing, but each year is always 1 versus 1. Zero responded. Now we're going to do a drawing to determine the pairings. Midnight explained. So, contestants, we're going to continue with recreational activities before the tournament begins. The 16 participants from the tournament choose to abstain from the recreational activities if they want to. So, we begin with the team who got first place. Ojiro raised his hands and called himself out. Excuse me, please. Everyone looked at him. I want to withdraw from the tournament. End of chapter 16. Midoriya kept on trembling. Endeavor's my old man. I'm pretty sure you know that he's been stuck as the number 2 hero for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. Hello. Long time no see. Want to have tea together, Endeavor. All Might mumbled as he ran over him in the flight of stairs. All Might, Endeavor snarled, seeing All Might with his typical pissed face. I haven't seen you since that discussion we had with the press 10 years prior, huh? I saw you, so I thought I'd say, hi. I see. All things considered, you've just done that. Leave me. T. What a joke. I'm setting off to the bathroom. Be gone. All Might quickly hopped over him and blocked him from going down. Try not to be so cold. TCH. Your child, young Shoto, did superbly without utilizing half of his power. Is it since he was educated well? What are you attempting to say? Endeavor focused. Why, I genuinely need to realize how to raise the people to come. All Might answered. Do you think I'd let you know? Endeavor strolls down intentionally chancing upon All Might Bear. You look confused obviously, and it's driving me up the wall. Sorry. Simply remember this. I will make that into a hero that will outperform you one day. That is the reason I made him. What are you? He's simply in his rebellious stage at the present time, however he will outperform you. I will ensure it. My old man wants to ascend on the planet. As a legend, he won a name for himself with smashing power. Thus, the living legend, All Might, is an incredible blemish to him. Todoroki clarified. Since he was unable to outperform All Might, he moved on to his next arrangement. What are you attempting to let me know, Todoroki? Midoriya inquired. You've known about quirk marriages, right? Midoriya heaved. That thing turned into an issue for the second and third era after superpowers showed up. Picking a life partner dependent on reinforcing your own quirk and passing it on to your children, constraining individuals into marriage. The old-style perspective realized by an absence of morals. He is a man with both achievements and cash. He prevailed upon my mom's family members and got it together of my mom's quirk. He was attempting to satisfy his own longing by raising me to be a legend to outperform All Might. Midoriya's eyes broadened, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Fuck him. I'll never be that piece of shit's tool. Todoroki snapped. In my memories, I could always see my mom always crying. She told me that my left side is ugly. And dumped boiling hot water on my face. Midoriya's face went blank, as if he was to see a ghost. The reason I am aiming for the top is a personal triumph, even without his shitty quirk, or rather I'll become number 1 without needing it. This is my total disavowal of him. What they didn't know that Bakugo was there in the corner eavesdropping on the two. Midoriya's POV. I was shocked. It was like he was in a different world. Even though we have the same goal, we are just so different. If you can't tell me anything, that's fine, you can keep on being All Might's something or other. And I'll climb to the top spot by only using my right side. Sorry I took your time. Todoroki started to walk away from the entrance. If this was a comic, that'd be the backstory worthy of a main character. What can I say to any of that? I clenched my face and started to catch up towards him. I've just been the beneficiary of outside help, all this time. That was true earlier too. He stopped. The reason I'm still standing is because there are many people who are supporting me.
To be the strongest hero, who always save the day with a smile. All Might. I want to be like him and I need to become strong enough to accomplish all of that. It may be a trifling motive compared to yours, but I can't lose to you too. Not only for myself but everyone who supported me through the way. Todoroki turns back to look at me. So I'll take that declaration of war of yours and echo it. I am going to beat you too. Third person POV noon break is over. Before we get started with the final event, there's good news for those who dropped out of the preliminaries, Present Mike announced. In the end, this is a sports festival, so to have everyone continue to be able to participate, we've got some recreational activities in store. All right, everyone, compete your hearts out, recreation. We are pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. A tournament, Finally I'm gonna have the opportunity to appear on stage that I see on the TV every year, Kirishima said excitingly. There was a tournament last year too? Mina asked. Some details end up changing, but each year is always 1 versus 1, Zero responded. Now we're going to do a drawing to determine the pairings, Midnight explained. So, contestants, we're going to continue with recreational activities before the tournament begins. The 16 participants from the tournament choose to abstain from the recreational activities if they want to. So, we begin with the team who got first place. Ojiro raised his hands and called himself out, excuse me, please. Everyone looked at him. I want to withdraw from the tournament. Everyone gasped, while some shouted. Everyone was confused and surprised. Why would Ojiro do this? When he backs out there might not be another great opportunity to show his strength to pros. Then Ojiro finally explained, my participation in the cavalry battle, I was in the top spot in the last few seconds, I can't agree at all with that. Probably because of the quirk of that one guy. Everyone's eyes were all on him. A quirk? The one that was in Ojiro's team must have been. Midoriya looked at the guy from General Studies with purple hair, he looked away from Midoriya. They were right that it was a great and rare opportunity for him, and dropping out is stupid, Ojiro knew that. Ojiro continued, everyone here gave their best to get so far. I'll never be able to do the same. You don't need to think that there's no problem if you give your best until the end, Hagakure consoles him. On the other hand, if you say it that way, I'm not the same as you. Mina does the same. No, it's not like that, it's a question of dignity. I don't want it to be that way, Ojiro explained. Then, Class B's Nirengeki Shoda, also from Ojiro's team from the cavalry battle, spoke up, I don't agree either, I want to withdraw too. It doesn't matter the situation, to let someone win without doing anything. Doesn't that go against the spirit of the sports festival? Hearing their sides inspired some, but the decision is still by Midnight. What innocent words, Midnight echoed. I liked them. Ojiro and Shoda are now out from the tournament. She accepted it because she liked it. She has weird preferences. Then, Aoyama pat Ojiro's shoulder and said, hey, I'm doing this for you, too. The people who are going to replace the slots are from Team Kendo, Midnight announced. Kendo and her team disagreed and decided that Tetsu's team did more work than them. Everyone agreed with the choice and Tetsu and Obara Shiozaki both from Class B have climbed up to the top 16. Phew, that was a though moment. The pairings were finally decided. First bracket. Fight 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Fight 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Zero. Fight 3. Obara Shiozaki vs Denki Kaminari. Fight 4. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. Second bracket. Fight 1. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Aoyama. Fight 2. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Fight 3. Tetsu vs Eijiro Kirishima. Fight 4. Ochako Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. We'll fight sooner than we thought, huh? Midoriya continued to watch the fights, but before that. Shinso is probably, it's you, Yurizuku Midoriya. Are you? The purple-haired boy spoke from Midoriya's back, surprising Midoriya. Why? Ojiro's tail covered Midoriya's mouth, stopping him from answering the boy's question. Midoriya. Don't respond to his questions, Ojiro warned Midoriya. HMPFF, Ojiro. He looked back to Ojiro. It'll be sooner than I expected. Come, Midoriya, I'll defeat you with just this side. Todoroki stared at the matches. Huh? Uraraka? Bakugo's dumbfounded face was surprised. Uraraka was behind him, gasping. He didn't know who his classmate is. Is he really that self-centered? Hatsume approached Iida and talked to him, with her sparkling eyes. Midoriya's POV. The recreational activities began. I gone with Ojiro to the waiting area. I was surprised about what he said. Shinso's quirk is something about brainwashing or something. He said I shouldn't respond to his question, because he think that will activate his quirk. Even if we were told to have fun, those of us in the tournament couldn't really relax. Some polished their strategy against their opponent. Some tried to keep their presence of mind. Some prepared for the fight. Some sharpened their senses. And some tried to relax their nerves. As we thought our respective thoughts, it was time to start before we knew it. Third-person POV concrete started to flow from a hose, to the center of the field, and Pro Hero Cementos redirected the flow to build the stage for the tournament. Present Mike's voice pumps up the audience. Shouts from everyone are only getting louder and louder. Midoriya was in the entrance prepping himself to go inside the stadium, but a familiar voice greets him. Hey, it's All Might in his true form. Sorry I'm late, but you can finally control one for all, right? He continued. I can't say. Maybe? Midoriya stuttered. Well, I can say, you can control that power easily. But, there's part of me that's still uncomfortable with this quirk. All Might was confused. Remember that time from the battle trial? I got carried away with Kachan's quirk, and had let out a big explosion. And the time that the League of Villains attacked, I got carried away with that decay quirk. Midoriya explained. That's not a big of a duh. Present Mike started to call out the names. Oh, I need to go. Thanks for the motivatin', though, All Might, Midoriya shouted as he started to walk towards the stage. First fight. His grades aren't bad, but what the hell is that expression? From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya came in with his sheepish face. Against, we're sorry but, he's only a normal student without anything special from general studies, Hitoshi Shinso. The purple-haired guy came in with his blank slate face, his right hand on his neck. The rules are simple. If your opponent leaves the ring, can't move or says, I give up, then the victory is yours. Don't worry about overdoing yourself. Recovery Girl is waiting prepared at the edge of the stadium. So, leave your morale to side and give it your all. Of course, to put the life of an opponent at risk for reason is not permitted. If you do that, you will be disqualified immediately. Heroes should only attack without mercy when attacking villains, Present Mike explained. I give up, EH. Did you get that, Izuku Midoriya? This event is a battle to test the strength of our determination. If I had a strong desire for the future, then fears don't matter. Shinso jabbered. Without further ado, let the battle begin, and still, that monkey keeps talking nonsense about his stupid dignity. Shinso continued pissing off Midoriya. Ready. Begin. Then, Shinso muttered, to throw away an opportunity like this one so easily, don't you think he's the biggest idiot you've ever seen? Midoriya snapped, what did you say? He stopped, and went blank. I win. Shinso claimed. Midoriya, didn't I tell you? Ojiro shouted from the bleachers. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? This is the first fight, you guys can't be any more emotional. Present Mike commentated. Few seconds in, and Midoriya stopped moving? Deku-kun? Uraraka and Iida stood up slowly as they watched Midoriya stopped. This guy haven't made any impression at all up until now. Could it be he's that scary? That's why I've been saying that the entrance exam is illogical. Eraserhead muttered. Huh? What? Looking at their data, it's easy to see, as it had come to one-on-one battles. I pulled their files. Shinso failed the practical exam for the entrance exam, but since he applied for the general studies, he'd probably expected as much, so despite the fact his quirk is a force to be reckoned with, he couldn't earn any points in the entrance exam due to its particular rules. Eraserhead continued. Shinso jabbered, damn, it must be nice to be blessed. Izuku Midoriya. Now lose for me. Midoriya starts to walk away from the ring. Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk. Brainwashing. He can make anyone who answers him do his bidding. Of course, whether or not his quirk activates when someone answers him depends on whether he's consciously willing it. No, Midoriya, my boy, stop it. Don't come here. All might get worried and nervous. Midoriya can't just lose. My body. It's moving on its own. My head feels fuzzy. This is bad. Damn it. Stop it. Ojiro even went out of his way to warn me. It can't end this quickly. So many people placed their trust in me, for it to end, in a place like this? Even with a quirk like this, I've got dreams, too. Now, bow out for me, Shinso commanded.
Like I would. Midoriya snapped out from the brainwashing, and ice is making him unable to step out from the ring. It was covering the way, to make him stop. Midoriya finally came to a halt. Present Mike shouted. Holy crap, Ojiro mumbled. How? You shouldn't have been able to move. What did you do? Shinso panicked and asked another question to brainwash Midoriya, but instead of shutting up, Midoriya looked at Shinso with red glowing eyes, erasing his quirk. My quirk can sometimes vary with my emotions, but I really don't know what happened back there. Midoriya stuttered. Huh, why aren't you? It's called erasure. He cut him off. So you can copy other quirks, huh? Shinso asked Midoriya. I know what you're doing, Shinso. He answered him bluntly. No, you won't understand. You were blessed. Someone like you would never understand. Shinso shouted. I do. No. People like you who were born with the perfect quirks, would never understand. There is nothing as a perfect quirk. Midoriya shouted. Shinso was surprised of what he had said.
What are you saying? Shinso was not convinced. It's your choice, Shinso. Whether or not you'll use your quirk for good, it doesn't depend on what you receive, but how will you use it? Midoriya responded. Sorry, but this isn't a debate, it's a fight. Midoriya raised his palm, ready to flick them together, one for all. Full cowl 8%.
Midoriya flicked his fingers, letting out a strong gust of wind, blowing out Shinso out of the ring. Your quirk is amazing, Shinso, you're difficult to fight. Midoriya said to Shinso as he was being blown of the ring. Shinso was surprised that Midoriya said that. He was flattered, too. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round. Both of them came together in the middle and bowed to each other, symbolizing respect that they're great opponents. Hey, Shinso, I'll wait for you. There's one open slot here in the hero course. Midoriya shouted. Shinso agreed to him and smiled. His classmates also praised him. And some heroes admired his quirk. It was incredibly helpful against villains. Others say they want to have that quirk. Shinso was flattered, and he looked back to Midoriya. Yeah, wait for me. Maybe that day will be tomorrow. Izuku Midoriya. Oh, and don't lose too pitifully out there. Shinso smiled. Ha, like I would. Todoroki was walking down the halls and suddenly said, out of my way. He said, as he saw his father. Your behavior has been nothing but disgraceful, Shoto. Endeavor cautioned.
If you had used that left side, you could have beaten that Midoriya kid, and won the obstacle race, easily. Your resistance is childish and tiresome, so stop fucking around, and see to your duty to surpass all might. Has it penetrated yet? You're different from you siblings, you are my greatest masterpiece. Is that all that will ever spew out of your goddamn mouth? I will earn my victories using only mom's power. And I will never, ever use your power in any battle. Todoroki said angrily.
Even if that works for you now, in high school. You'll reach the limit soon enough. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. Next up, it's these two. Present Mike announced. He's turned in an excellence performance to make it this far, and yet, what's with that plain Jane expression? Does it ever come off? Honta Zero, from the hero course. Versus, you who stand at the top. He who is way too damn strong. From the self-same hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Start. Mike announced. Todoroki versus Zero. Starts now. Zero moves first, wrapping the other in tape and moving to swing him out of bounds. Before he can, Todoroki shifted his foot. In an instant half of the ring was frozen, and a massive glacier takes up more than half of the available space and even extends past the roof. Zero was frozen. Literally, half of his body was covered in ice, he trembling. Zero cannot move anymore. Todoroki wins. Mike yells over the speakers. It was Obara Shiozaki and Denki Kaminari's fight. It was finished so fast. Kaminari overused his quirk, causing him to short-circuit. Shiozaki protected herself using her vines. They weren't able to conduct electricity, and she crept her vines below Kaminari and restrained him. Shiozaki won the fight and was moving on to the next round. Obara Shiozaki. Quirk. Vines. The vines at her head are extendable. She can even cut some away. And all she needs to do to grow them back is to bask in some water and sunlight. Uraraka was watching from the bleachers, but he was distracted by some muttering. Honestly, she wasn't surprised. It was Midoriya. Muttering about the fight and writing it all down in his notebook. It only just ended and you're already forming counter strategies based on how you see it playing out. Uraraka turned to Midoriya. Midoriya jumped from the surprise. No, it's just what I do. It's always been a bit of a thing for me, and seeing as this is my chance to observe the amazing quirks of everyone outside our class. Oh, speaking of which, I compiled tons on everyone in Class A, too. Including your zero gravity, Uraraka.
Uraraka froze for a bit. You've been incredible since we first met, but, now during the sports festival, you've been giving off even more of a serious business vibe. Huh? All right. Here comes the next matchup. Sprint to the top, Present Mike shouted. He's coming across like a center fielder. It's Tenya Iida, of the hero course. Versus. She is fully decked in support gear. Mei Hatsume, of the support course.
Wait a minute, what is Iida wearing? Are those support gears? Midnight warned Iida that he wasn't supposed to wear support gear. Iida was surprised as well. He thought that it was okay since Aoyama wore his belt too, but Aoyama applied for it beforehand. He explained that he was moved by Hatsume's sportsmanship and he wanted to be as same as Hatsume. Midnight was convinced and the fight was continued. But Iida doesn't know she was just using him to advertise her support items. The fight was a train wreck. Iida was running back and forth but doesn't fall outside of the ring, because of the gears. Hatsume watched the support companies, watching at her, from afar. Mei Hatsume. Quirk. Zoom. If she really focuses, she can see things 5 kilometers off clear as day. 10 minutes pass, Hatsume showcased all her items and eventually stepped out of the ring. Hatsume was outside of bounds. Iida advances to the second round. Iida was honestly pissed at Hatsume. He was played by her, and he let him.
Uraraka was going to the waiting room. Midoriya didn't notice for a while. He looked at her, as she was walking away. It was time for Ishido and Aoyama's fight. She was good at avoiding her lasers. Waiting room 2. Iida came to the room and found Uraraka. He was shocked at what he saw. Uraraka's face was wrinkled, but considering the situation, Uraraka was maybe feeling nervous. Hey, Uraraka, Midoriya called out as he came into the room. Deku. But are you okay with not watching everyone's matches? Uraraka responded. Oh, they ended rather quickly. Right now it's Kirishima versus that Class B kid. Ashido caused Aoyama's belt to malfunction, and the moment he panicked, she snuck in a one-hit KO straight to his jaw. And Tokiyami won by striking first and making sure Yaoyorozu could never use any of the things she prepared.
In that case, then, soon, the next match also, as they continue to talk, Hiroshima and Tetsu's fight is not that interesting. They both are exchanging punches, but both are not that damaging. But you know, maybe Bakugo will go easy on her, Iida muttered. No, he won't, Midoriya responded. Everyone here is giving it their all to become number one and achieve their dreams. So it's inconceivable for Kacchan of all people, to stay his hand at all here. You've saved me so many times, Uraraka, so I thought I'd help you out in my way if only a little. Uraraka looked at him. Midoriya brought his notebook as he showed it to her. This is a strategy I drafted against Kacchan based on your quirk. It's super last-minute stuff. But, this is what I came up with. You must be pleased, Uraraka. Iida shouted. Thanks, Deku, but it's all right, Uraraka said. You're amazing, Deku. You've already entered the spotlight so incredibly quickly. For the cavalry thing, I said I'd rather team up with friends, but, if I'm being honest with myself, I realize I may have just been counting on you to pull through again. That's why when Iida said he was challenging you, I grew a little ashamed of myself. That's why it's all right. Everyone's duking out with their futures in mind. So really, everybody's each other rivals. Let's meet up at the final match. Ochako raised a thumbs up as she stood up and walked to the door.
Hiroshima and Tetsu landed their final blows, but both of them were down. It was a draw. It was said after they wake up the winner will be decided by a simpler game, like an arm wrestle. Next match is that match, the match that's bound to be the most upsetting. Tsuyu muttered as the final matchup started to come up the ring. I feel like I might look away the entire time. Juru shivered. You can do it, Uraraka. Midoriya rooted for her. He saw them, Bakugo and Uraraka, on the ring for the final match of the final round. The boy who's been somewhat famous since middle school. But that face ain't the face of a kid on the straight and narrow. Katsuki Bakugo of the hero course. Present Mike shouted. Versus. The kid I'll be rooting for. Ochako Uraraka, from the hero course. This is it. The final match of the first round. How will it turn out? Will Bakugo win? Does Ochako even have a chance? The last match for the second round? Oi, you're the bitch who floats shit, right? I'm talking to your round face. Bakugo snorted. If you will quit, do it now. And, ouch, during the match won't cut it. What was the counter strategy you came up for her against Bakugo? Iida asked Midoriya. Oh, that? It's really not all brilliant or anything, Midoriya mumbled. It's just Kacchan is undeniably strong. And in a close-quarters brawl, he's got almost no openings to speak of. And if you factor the mobility of his quirk gives him, he's even stronger. That being said, while it's true he has maneuverability in midair, if she can cause him to float, she can gain the initiative from there. So that's why. Start. She needs to strike fast. Uraraka started running towards Bakugo. Quit. I don't have that option. Bakugo just kept a straight face. He will not evade. He will strike back head-on. Once Uraraka got close enough, Bakugo led with an explosion blowing her away a bit, the smoke from the explosion making him unable to see what happened. Don't underestimate. Bakugo swung his hand as he saw the jersey of Uraraka. He got it, but it was empty. Ochako tried to jump him from the back to make him float, but before she can, Bakugo swung his arm to the back, blowing Ochako away. Too slow. Boom. Another explosion. Boom, and another one. The audience is mumbling. That decoy of her didn't work. One of them shouted at Smentos, if he should continue this, he doesn't answer, and continues the fight. Ochako continues to run towards him. Hey, do you mean to be a hero with a conduct like that? If your strength level is that much bigger, just blow her out of bounds already. How dare you toy with a girl like that? The crowd started booing at Bakugo. And the stands stand to boo him. Yeah, I've got to say I agree, Present Mike shouted, but Aizawa elbowed him.
Who just said he's toying with her? Are you a pro? How many years? If you said that in your right mind, then there is no meaning for you to keep watching. Do us all a favor and go home. In fact, you ought to keep watching the match at a career turnover site. Aizawa-sensei snapped. He recognizes the strength of an opponent who's reached this far and is on guard. It's because he's doing everything in his power to win that he's refusing to let his guard down or stay his hand. Uraraka was panting so heavily. I guess this is it. Thank you, Bakugo. Thank you for not letting your guard down.
She put her hands together and debris started falling. A meteor shower. Present Mike shouted. Pay more attention, Aizawa said while watching the debris fall. What? Did you notice that Midoriya? It surprised Iida. Yeah, I did, but I didn't expect that though. Midoriya smiled.
The debris continued to fall, and Ochako started running towards him. Boom! Bakugo faced his palm towards the sky, letting out a super enormous explosion, blowing all that debris away. In just one hit. Are you kidding me? Uraraka was shaking. I can't give up. Uraraka stood up. That's it. The real match starts now, Uraraka. Bakugo shouted. Both of them were running towards each other. Ochako can't move anymore. She fell. She's in her weight limit, Midoriya muttered. It surprised him. Midnight came to the ring. Uraraka cannot move. Bakugo advances to the next round. She swung with a major offensive beyond expectations, but she still came short, and so, Ochako tastes defeat. Ochako was brought to Recovery Girl by bots. The first round was finally over. Bakugo and Midoriya met in the halls and got into an argument about Uraraka's plan. Midoriya explains that it wasn't his plans but hers. Midoriya opened the door of the waiting room and saw Ochako sitting. Damn, guess I lost, haha. Uraraka smiled and grinned when he saw him.
Uraraka. Midoriya's face frowned. Hey, why the face? Uraraka asked. Midoriya ran towards her and hugged her. Yes, hugged. Deku-kun? Midoriya let go of her. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just so. Ochako hugged him back. Thank you. Uraraka's voice cracked, and she started crying. I was so far from winning.
You did great, Uraraka. Losing isn't the last of you, you can learn from it. Midoriya pats her on the back. And so the fight was over between Kirishima and Tetsu. By an arm wrestling, Kirishima won. Already. Oh no, sorry, Deku. You weren't able to prepare, because of me crying. It's fine, Ochako, I mean Uraraka. Midoriya stuttered. He called her by her first name. It's okay, Deku. I like it. Ochako laughed. Haha. Okay, I'm going. Do your best. Midoriya walked away from the waiting room. But someone has impeded him. It was Endeavor. Midoriya was surprised, but he knew he was looking for him. Finally, I found. I know what you will say. What? Here's my answer. Todoroki is not one bit of you. He may be your greatest creation but, he has his passion. I will be late, Midoriya said angrily. You came, Todoroki muttered. Midoriya and Todoroki met in the ring. What do you mean, you came? Do you think I'll let you win easily? Midoriya chuckled, and Todoroki let off a smile.
It's obvious what Todoroki will do. He'll first lead with ice, Midoriya thought. Uraraka came into the bleachers to watch the fight. Her eyes were squinting. It was obvious she was crying. It surprised Iida seeing Uraraka's face and thought she wasn't healed yet. But she sits down, explaining her situation. Everyone was watching everyone, even the League of Villains. The second present Mike shouted. Start. Todoroki led with a large scale of ice. Midoriya smashed the ice with the flick of his fingers by using one for all at 8%. It broke not that effective, it only stopped it from reaching him.
Midoriya walked towards Todoroki. He wanted to stop him using his ice but, Midoriya was prepared for it. Instead of smashing it, he erased Todoroki's quirk using erasure. Damn it, I can't use my ice. Todoroki tried shifting his foot, again and again, trying to keep Midoriya away, but he just can't. Midoriya was standing in front of Todoroki and stopped. Midoriya punched Todoroki in the face, without using one for all. Why isn't he forcing me out? Todoroki grunted. Kick. Midoriya kicked Todoroki's right knee. Todoroki lost his balance and fell. Midoriya blinked. Todoroki attacked again using ice. Midoriya smashed the ice. Give me a fight. Damn it. Midoriya shouted at Todoroki. I am giving you fight. What more do you want? Todoroki responded. I could win this easily, Todoroki. Then why didn't you throw me out of bounds? Because winning like this doesn't make me look stronger at all. Why are you using only half of your strength? Many people want to be in your place. Yet you're here only using half of your strength. Are you even trying, Todoroki? You haven't been able to put a single scratch on me yet. Half of my strength. Did my shitty old man pay you off? Now I'm pissed. Todoroki raged and started running aggressively towards Midoriya. He was drawing closer and closer, and when he was in reach, punch. Midoriya landed another one. This time it hit near his stomach. Punch. Why are you not using that left side of yours? Why are you doing this? Todoroki spluttered. I want to live up to everyone's expectations. I want to become a hero who saves people with a smile on their face, Midoriya shouted. He ran towards Todoroki and headbutted him. I may not understand your circumstances, or your resolution, but even so, now I think you'll become no. Without using your full strength, and that you're doing to disavow someone is a fucking joke.
Shut up. Midoriya continues to close in on Todoroki. He throws more punches but doesn't really hit. If you continue joking around like this, I will win. But my father, it's your power not his, Midoriya shouted.
Todoroki gritted his teeth and his left side released flames, getting larger and larger. The scorching air of the fire slams into Midoriya's face. Now that Todoroki has finally used his left side, he freed him from his childhood trauma. For a bit, he saved him. He knows what to do now. Even though you want to win, goddammit, going out of your way to help your enemy, which one of us is joking around now? Todoroki said with an enormous smile on his face. Endeavor couldn't help but smile larger, and Midoriya watched as his fire grew larger. SHOOOTOOOO. Endeavor shouted. You've finally accepted yourself, haven't you? Good. Excellent. Now, this is your true beginning, you who holds my blood, surpass me, and realize my ambition in yourself. And Mr. Endeavor with a very sudden, pep talk. Must be quite the doting dad. Mike jabbered. Wow. Midoriya smiled. What are you smiling about? Todoroki echoed. You're absolutely nuts. But whatever happens, I don't care. Midoriya laughed sarcastically. You think I'm done? Todoroki released both his fire and ice. Midoriya smiled and used just the fire side from Todoroki. The fire was blazing red but was slowly turning blue. Blue fire is hotter than red fire. This is dangerous. Midoriya crouched down and touched the floor, creating, is that lava? Did he just copied Smentosa's quirk and combined it with Todoroki's flames? The flow of lava was flowing fast, it could stop Todoroki's ice instantly. Aura manipulation. Ability combining. Midoriya can combine different attributes of different quirk and make powerful attacks with it. Midoriya shifted his right foot and released ice, colder than usual, towards Todoroki and scaled slowly from the tips of his toes and growing larger. Why is it getting cold? Todoroki shivered as the ice came up and trapped him. He tried getting away using his flames, but Midoriya used Eraserhead's quirk again.
To Todoroki cannot move. Midoriya advances to the third round. Midnight shivered as well. The cold ice Midoriya released has also produced an icy breeze. Midoriya glanced at Todoroki. He was struggling and was shivering. Midoriya saw that he ran to him and released him from the ice.
Todoroki-kun, I'm sorry. He muttered as he was melting the ice. Midoriya didn't notice until now. His top, sports uniform, burnt on the left side. Are you okay? Todoroki groaned. I'm fine, I think I have frostbites though. Bring him to recovery girl. Midnight shouted at the bots. Midoriya followed him to the nurse's office. Recovery girl's office. He has frostbites, all right. Just how cold was the ice? Recovery girl uttered, twisting Todoroki's hands. Midoriya continued. I'm sorry, Todoroki. De Midori-kuya, Uraraka, Iida, and Tsuyu came in. They figured because Midoriya wasn't in the waiting room either. Is Todoroki all right? Iida mumbled. Yes, he is. Wait, why aren't you guys watching the match? Midoriya wondered. We came to see you. Besides, the match paused for a bit. You damaged the ring. Uraraka beamed. I did. Yeah, hero. Tsuyu chimed in. Midoriya followed the three back to the bleachers. Midoriya continued to apologize a million times to Todoroki before he followed the three. They had to drag him out of the office, because he just won't stop saying sorry. Shoto Todoroki. Top 8. Eliminated. Through victory. Through defeat, the road keeps rolling on. Uraraka, Midoriya, and Tsuyu went back to the stadium. Iida went on to the waiting room because his match was next. Iida's match finished quickly. Once the match started, he used his engines to run fast and push his opponent out of the ring.
Guess you're fighting, Iida. Next Deku. Uraraka gushed as they saw the match. I guess so. Deku responded. Aren't you concerned, Midoriya-chan? Kiro. Tsuyu asked. Yes, and no, I already devised a plan against him, actually, Midoriya continued.
Ooh, really? Tell us. Uraraka gushed. You'll know it when you see it. The matches continued. This time it was time for Bakugo and Kirishima's match. It progressed smoothly for Kirishima at first, but when the match went on, he can gradually feel the pain of Bakugo's explosion. Quirks are physical attributes, then there is still a limit of how much you can manage it. For Kirishima, his hardening quirk can't accept much of the explosions from Bakugo. Bakugo finished it with a swing, following an explosion, and it knocked out Kirishima. And Bakugo advances to the third round through a downright nasty carpet bombing. With this, the top 4 have assembled. Present Mike shouted through the speakers. Hey Deku, aren't you supposed to be? Uraraka glanced at her side, tried to speak to Midoriya, but he already taken off for the fight. First match for the semifinals. Tenya Iida vs. Izuku Midoriya. Iida stared at Midoriya, but Midoriya smiled sheepishly back. Start. Midoriya led with ice scaling towards Iida. Iida avoided it and bolted. Then Iida used his ultimate move. He calls Reciproburst. Iida tries to kick Midoriya, but Midoriya avoids it. Iida kicked Midoriya again. This time it hit. He pinned Midoriya to the ground. Iida jumped over the ice and grabbed Midoriya from his jersey and shot towards the edge of the ring. But what he didn't notice, he jammed his mufflers with ice. Iida was moving extremely fast. He didn't catch. When Iida stopped, Midoriya grabbed hold of Iida's arm. It glowed pink. Iida noticed he was slowly floating up. Midoriya focused one for all throughout his body, and when he saw that Iida was high enough, he brought his hands together, and shouted release. Iida started falling hard, and when Iida was within Midoriya's hit area, he jabbed, and it hit. Iida was out of the ring. Midoriya's jab was strong enough to make Iida lose, and stumble outside of the ring. Iida frowned but acknowledged his defeat. He cried one last time to his brother, before coming back to the bleachers.
Somewhere in Hosu City, a hero in some kind of suit, the same as Iida's hero costume, was down on the ground. Is that his brother? Fame, money, no matter where y'all look, they've got the nerve to go by the name of heroes, a hoarse voice, a villain. No, a hero killer has arrived. Ingenium was on the ground, unconscious. Not one of you bastards is a damn hero, only he is, the only one who's allowed to do me in, as All Might.
The second round of the semifinals, Bakugo vs. Tokiyami. Bakugo was savagely attacking Tokiyami, but it seems like Dark Shadow can't handle it anymore. Bakugo was continuing to attack with his explosions. Dark Shadow tried to grab Bakugo, but he jumped behind his back and let out the biggest explosion he could. Bakugo grabbed Tokiyami by his beak. and Dark Shadow could not attack. Bakugo knew about Tokiyami's weakness, light. Tokiyami gave up. Tokiyami surrenders. Bakugo wins. And so, that means, Midoriya and Bakugo will face off in the finals. The final match is basically the battle of the rivals. Deku, you're going to the finals. You're so lucky. Uraraka gushed. Yeah, Midoriya shouted. What do you think, Iida-kun? Midoriya and Uraraka looked at where Iida was sitting, but he wasn't there. Where did he go? Hosu City. You bastards just don't get it. The hero killer said, watching the police going through alleys. He was on top of a water tank. Veiled in vanity and hypocrisy. You want to call yourselves heroes? I will make you face reality. I've been looking for you, hero killer. Or should I say, Stain. This voice is familiar. It was Kurogiri from the League of Villains. The hero killer, now called Stain, held his blade and pointed towards the black mist. Hold your blade, we share similar interests, the black mist said. Midoriya was sitting in the waiting room, trying to make some kind of plan to win against Bakugo. Time flew so fast, it was time for the finale.
We finally reached the finale at last. The top student among UA's freshman class will be decided right here. Our final match, Midoriya vs Bakugo. Present Mike yelled. This is another step to be the #1 hero. Midoriya looked at Bakugo with a face of determination. I could finally kill this fucking damn nerd. The only thought Bakugo had on his mind. His face was full of anger.
Start. Midoriya led with the largest scale of ice he could. Bakugo tried to stop it with his explosions, but it engulfed him in it. Midoriya gets a blow in right away. Is he trying to avoid close combat with Bakugo? Present Mike yelled. Has the winner been decided already? Then the ice started shaking. The ice broke and there was Bakugo. He got out of the ice. He dug a hole in the ice using his explosions. It shocked Zero, Air, everyone. As expected of Kachan. Now let's do this again, shall we? Midoriya giggled. What the fuck are you laughing for, you damn nerd? Oh nothing, Kachan. It's just, this. Midoriya crouched and made another large scale of ice. Doing the same trick won't stop me, you fucking, boom. The ice exploded, it blew Bakugo away. Midoriya prepared for it by making a wall of ice before Bakugo used his explosion on the ice. Exploding ice. Explosion plus half cold, half hot. Explosion makes the user be able to sweat nitroglycerin, which is very explosive. The ice is full of nitroglycerin sweat, which is more explosive than usual. Fuck. Bakugo shouted. What is this power? Mike shouted into the speakers.
The explosion was powerful. It almost blew Bakugo out of the ring. You think you won? Bakugo jumped up high, and he used his explosion to propel him towards Midoriya. How is her IMPA? Boom. Before Bakugo could hit Midoriya, he let out a gigantic explosion as big as the one from Uraraka's fight. Ka! Bakugo shouted. He tried to attack back but
Bakugo is out of bounds. Which means Midoriya wins. The crowd shouted for joy as they sought the winner of the first-year stage, UA Sports Festival. The winner of the first-year UA Sports Festival is Class A's, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike yelled as the shouts of the people grew louder. All the first-year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed. And now, we will begin the award ceremony. Midnight announced. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Tokiyami were standing on podiums. Midoriya was standing in first place with his sheepish face. Bakugo was looking angrily at Midoriya. And Tokiyami was standing there, arms crossed and looking at Midoriya. Besides Tokiyami, there is also Iida in third place, but he left for family reasons. Thank you for understanding. Now we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will by this man, Midnight babbled. The crowd faces lit up, they knew it was All Might. All Might jumped from the top of the arena, to the front of the podiums. Midnight held the 3 medals in her hands. All Might awarded the medals one by one and gave speeches for their improvement. Tokiyami was very grateful, Bakugo did not care much, and it thrilled Midoriya very much. All Might gave a finishing speech for everyone. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen here. Anyone could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw, competing. Improving each other. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I just have one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Thank you for your hard work. Plus Ultra. The two phrases didn't match, everyone was angry at him. It was a great opportunity to say, Plus Ultra, though. The sports festival was finally over. It went great. Except for Iida. Thanks for watching.